小僧、もっと近くへ来い。
未来神の術、未来神2の段
螺旋丸、影分身の術、
カトン高火球の術。千鳥。
それが俺の人道だ。
雷鳴と共に散れ。
しっかり見ててください。
俺は畑かかしって名前だ。
れが俺の人道だ。
雷鳴と共に散れ。
しっかり見ててください。
俺は畑かかしって名前だ。
小僧、もっと近くへ来い。
未来神の術、未来神2の段。
螺旋丸影分身の術。
カトン高架級の術。 千鳥。
れが俺の人道だ。
雷鳴と共に散れ。
しっかり見ててください。
俺は畑かかしって名前だ。
小僧、もっと近くへ来い。
カトン豪華級の術。ドトン導流壁。
多重影分身の術。
飛来神の術。しなり
螺旋丸。
Welcome to day 3 of week 2 as we dive deeper into action. And
We're getting closer and closer to the finals. And of course, welcome to 2026 PMCL Fall. My name's Contra, and joining alongside with me is Tash Bunny. I think we've witnessed a lot of glorious action, and I can't wait to find out more.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on this week. Yesterday in particular was a very, very interesting day. We saw the addition of Group A into the fray, and when we all thought that NGGZ would be the team to dominate, they weren't up until the very end of the day though. But they will be playing again today. That high from yesterday could be rolling over into today as well. So I'm super excited about that. But one thing's for sure, day 1 we saw a chain of multiple chicken dinners in a row from so many teams. There were teams that surprised us yesterday as well with their own chicken dinners. I think 214 opened up really good yesterday. We even have CSU, Yellow Galacticos, and even Elevate stepping up. So this is why I'm super excited to be here today, especially since today is another group shuffle once again.
That's true, and overall, we're also looking forward for those teams who might have seen a little sign of struggle throughout the entirety of the week, and they definitely need to make certain adjustments in order to make it into the finals. So, making sure that everybody's on board throughout the entire course. This is the format for the entire course determined as we're already diving into the middle of week 2, so it is going to be the crunch time for everybody on board.
Yeah, that's a lot of things going on as well, especially since the tournament format is, I think, something. Give me 1 second to catch my thoughts. Okay, so I mean, there's a lot of things going on, especially since we all only have 3 weeks, right? Now, as we go into here as well, the league and the finals will have 2 different prize pools, a total of 30,000 across both, where the league stage, the first place will be going home with 1,600, and finals, you gotta double that. Is that double? You know what? I can't math. 2,800.
Yeah, there's definitely a whole lot more on the line. That's pretty much for sure. So 30K is going to be distributed to all these players who have definitely proven that they are some of the very best across the PMCL Southeast Asia circuit. So we're only a couple of days left till the finals, and basically it's just 1 week away. This is going to be a beautiful Friday run that we're going to be witnessing. So we'll have to see how this one works out, because the teams who are currently holding on to the top 5, I could say some of them have already guaranteed their spots, but for the rest of the party, not so much.
Yeah, I think as we are gonna be, this is the 3rd day of the week, and then we have like another 2 more days, right? I believe one of the teams will be ending the week a bit earlier as well, so that is gonna be a cause for concern for some of these teams. Now, as we go into today, we're going to be looking at the groups right now. We have 5 groups in total with 4 in each group, and I have to say that everyone has been sort of standout, but yesterday we started to see the fall of some of these teams. OV started off day 1 very strong, but they were really struggling. Group A, we had NGGZ as the highest or top performer in the group since their breakout day yesterday, but the same could not be said about the rest of the team, and it wasn't as a huge fiery start as we saw from Young Galacticos as well as Hive on day 1.
Yeah, I really do wonder with the Group D taking a little bit of break and the return of Group E coming back to the fold as well, how well will they actually fare? Because we got hard hitters like TEO as well as MSI rejoining this time around. So I feel like this is going to be a very stacked party. And the last time we saw out of Seven Sky, they are looking pretty competitive at the very same time. So definitely this makes a very intriguing scenario when we do dive into the take of the action. But let's take a look at the overall rankings at the moment. After the conclusion of 2 days action, we do see that YG has taken the top spot by only a couple of points, as Hive International had some struggles going to yesterday's run. But CSU, they've been showing that they have what it takes to maintain the order. So this tree will still be unshaken with those triple digits, whereas we expect a lot of shift coming in from the 4th place all the way down to even the 13th spot.
I think it's super scary when you think about it as well, because especially since that bottom ladder has been if you ask me, it just feels stagnant. There are so many rounds that they will go out with no points or just maybe 1 or 2 points. And for me, still, I will always say this: 5 is the sweet spot for any game. I wouldn't even say sweet spot. I would say bare minimum for them to be able to launch themselves forward and still remain consistent as well as competitive. There are so many times that I feel like, I understand this is, after all, the wildcard regions. This is the regions where I think, it's a little bit more unpredictable. But a lot of teams have started to adapt a more, I would say, aggressive approach. It took, I think, more than half the day for some of these teams to realize that, hey, maybe going aggressive isn't really the way for us. We're seeing now, I mean, it's okay to take a while. I mean, granted that we do have 5 days this entire week, right? But at the same time, that is also a cause of concern, mostly because how many maps are you going to give away before you finally wake up? And by that, is one of them. Hive, YG, CSU also another one. But not every single team has that stamina or tenacity to be able to do so.
I certainly agree with that statement overall. I think that you don't really want to guess out because you got to pace yourself. So long as you maintain the order, making sure that you walk into every round, gaining about 5 to 8 points is just about as good enough than to always try your level best to score chicken dinner and kind of fumble in between. So we've got to see how these teams will fare eventually. But of course, before we jump into the games as well, we do have plenty of brand new offerings in PUBG Mobile, especially with the collab with Spider-Man Brand New Day. It's time for you guys to not only hit into the cinemas to check out the brand new Marvel Spider-Man movie, but also there's just a lot of cool stuff offered here in PUBG Mobile alongside with this collaboration with Ferrari.
Yeah, it's a really cool collaboration as well, one that you definitely want to add into your garage. It's what they say, a legacy of elegance. Anyways, we can witness the automotive excellence as Ferrari will be joining this patch, PUBG Mobile V4.5. It's already started. So if you guys want to get it, you can get it right now. And make sure if you're making social media, post about it. Hashtag Ferrari, hashtag PUBGMX Scuderia Ferrari, hashtag PUBGMX Ferrari, hashtag PUBG Mobile, and hashtag PUBGM450.
That's right, and not only that, for you Naruto fans, there's definitely a whole lot of cool stuff offered as well. We've seen the pro players rocking the nine-tailed fox already. You can do so too, and there is also the game mode that you can try for yourself. We got some tooltips in the game later to be shared by the pro players themselves as we dive directly into Rondo. We're not wasting any more time, and now we'll see how well will the 16 teams play for the rest of the day.
Anyway, looking at Rondo these past 2 days, Hive was the team that went explosive on day one with a total of 28. Yesterday, we saw an opening by another team as well. So definitely, we wouldn't say that Hive is the kings of Rondo. I think it was 2-4, I believe, that ended that map. I believe they had, I think, only 8 eliminations, not the highest of points to be said. It was Young Galacticos that were farming on this particular map with 14 eliminations total. So it's very similar to see. I mean, if we were to kind of like really put a microscope onto Hive, I mean, day one and day two looked like night and day. It just felt like they were really taking advantage of a situation where day one, no one really knows what's going on yet because it's a new week. Everyone's playing a little bit slow and they really were opportunistic. But day two was a situation where everyone knew their tips and tricks. It felt like they were anti-ed. It felt like whatever aggression they tried to do was swiftly dealt with. So again, I really wish they could really, I would say, remember their identity and what they play as a team, because yesterday it just felt like they didn't really wake up to it the last part of the day, just like NGGZ.
Well, I definitely think that they have more than enough points for them to make it to the finals, so there is lesser pressure. Meanwhile, there is high-stakes pressure right here, right now with Hive. Now, from the break that they had, they immediately sign up for action up against some of all the players that is currently battling with them. I believe that's members from SNK with now taken out. SNK receiving another massive grenade, and that is just a total eruption that favored the side of Hive, gaining 2, and now Delta can only sneak out over onto the course of the corners, while on the other side, there's also KE hiding around the corners of Yulin as well, being seeked out by the rest of ABC. Smile gets another one, while NGGZ is also getting their hands busy with Red taking down a member of Hive.
Okay, now they're just holding down the line. They don't really have to do much as we go toward Yellow Galacticos and Teo. Teo didn't play yesterday, so I could definitely tell that it's going to be a little bit more of a new day for them. Either they come in hot or they come in a little bit more slow. Already, one of their members knocked down, shouldn't be able to be recovered yet. Oh no, little Yatka now in the server, and you know how nasty this guy could be when he decides to play. That was a jump shot through the window and an instant annihilation. Say Cloud low as well. And for Teo, well, this is the best outcome possible for them. Being able to cripple down, I would say, the firepower of Young Galacticos will help them immensely.
It's just so crazy to see so many teams inside Danqing, right? Like you see the mini map was fully lit up. You got purple, you got light blue, yellow, as well as other colors at the same time. But I like what I'm seeing here. This is kind of like the old OG YG versus the new gen YG of TEO in a sense. But here comes the swing, and Yatka once again does it. Clean stuff to gain one more point, but YG yet finding anything at all. They tried to go for a trade, but that was proven costly for the side of YG.
YG, this is not the start they wanted, but we all know that their games can be sometimes unlucky, and this feels like one of them as well. But NGGZ, they want to start off real hot right now. VKS going toe-to-toe. Waits in the wings hasn't been spotted quite yet by the members of NGGZ. They have a nice cross with his teammates as well, but Red does spot him out in the first place, but came so close, but a trade was good. Also, Gerald joining in for that. So, at the very least, NGZ still walk away somewhat a little bit more with the win compared to VKS.
Just loving the finesse that they're also showing up with 6 points gathered up. Here we go towards the side of Goodfellas with a little bit of a high-flying action. Close combat as Chewy goes down. Both of them getting knocked as well because the Molotov was still active from the top side of the floor. The moment that he pushed out, he just caught a little bit of that flame, and that allowed the rest of Elevate Holy to drop in that grenade, making it a little bit easier for the cleanup. Just like that, that's 2 points for the side of Elevate. Just slowly stacking up. Elevate, they don't really want to join into the crowd, but there is still a team not too far off. Amura, baby, he's just going to be hiding by the very tight corner. And I believe Devon, he's not trying to risk it all since he's currently all alone here. But of course, if he wants to take a jiggle peek, he might actually find an advantage.
Amura, baby, once again, always going to be the one kind of holding down the line. His teammates are back as well, so not the worst thing in the world. Currently at the very bottom of today's ladder, only 3 points separating them from HYB. HYB is also a team that I'm very excited to see today. I mean, we didn't see too much from them. Moments of brilliance, a bit of aggression as well, but we didn't see their true potential. We didn't see them do much. They would have some pretty good runs, but never necessarily enough to really launch them in terms of points. As all of that is going on here, NGGZ has made so much damage. VKS completely pushed off their angles and even holds. I am very impressed with what I'm seeing from NGGZ. They have a nice hold inside of the compound. They take away that space. Look how well they're reacting to the space they have. They're refilling the front side of the area to disallow VKS to be able to get close.
Yeah, and they've been able to take on 2 teams at a go as well. And mind you, at that, they were doing it from the lower angles instead of the high grounds. Speaking of high grounds, it is Ranger just getting spotted with his pants pretty much sticking out. So Campus is just going to make light work out of that scenario. Meanwhile, the rest of GC knows that it was a third party that stolen the point from them, so they are trying to fend him off as well. But Campus barely has enough cover, hence why he has to play it a little bit more safely, knowing for a fact that there are 2 teams inside of the Ox Factory still. On the other side, we see Rebel actually getting a few more for the side of Seven Sky. This is the kind of start that Seven Sky was hoping for. A big run once you get back into the action, already stacking those big numbers coming into play. Now, Cram's going to be recalled as Elevate brings it back to 4. I like the fact that Hive is willing to double down, to staying by the blue, to try to look for opportunities like this.
Pretzel. Nice angle to just really abuse Crazy Ying from being able to do much. Managing to steal him away as well. Range, unfortunately, getting knocked down here, losing one member early is not super ideal for a team like Hive. But we've seen them do magic on day one, being able to go in these deep runs with only 3 players. But the recall does happen. They're very quick on that. So healthy once again. And I wouldn't be surprised if Hive is the type of team that if you do cross them, they kind of double down and go in for these fights. And today they look a little bit more structured, a little bit more, I wouldn't say aggressive, but they do know how they want to play with these executions. If you can see the feed, the map feed, with the way that Hive has really, I'd say, positioned themselves is so interesting. They have nice layering going on, a position where they can trade up one another. Speaking of fights here, Magic, BKE, VKS gonna cross off one another, but no casualties.
Yeah, thankfully not. I mean, this is going to be a very crucial stage for them to really get across into the zone while a lot of these teams are still battling on that outskirts. So at any given moment, you can have certain lurkers to be somewhere parked by the hills. There's also a lot of all these terrains that teams will be opting to hide out from. When you go to the international circuits, plenty of these teams, they will just park at some really sneaky rocks and they just pop out of nowhere just to take an entire team off guard. Meanwhile, speaking of which, some teams are implementing just that as ABC goes for the shred down. A lot of damage now being done, and they do knock 2 members out. Perfect opportunity for Rare right through the open fields as they do add in a total of 3 points. Meanwhile, on the other side, I see 10 points coming from NGGZ. I think their run is just about good enough, as they could basically call that a chicken dinner already. Now, Jaro and the entire team is being recalled. NGGZ can go day in, day out, farming for bigger numbers out there.
Of bigger numbers, we're seeing a lot of teams start to really get on online and aggressive too. TO with 5, 7 Sky, a team that was not expecting, already collected 6 eliminations. Unfortunately for BKE, 1sec couldn't survive that, so VKS just slowly moving around the map, just really taking their time. They've gotten into a fair bit of fights, but not as much eliminations as I thought they would. If anything, their players have been recalled quite a lot in the beginning of the game. But we saw that, I think, on Monday as well. I think Tio was the victim team that got farmed over and over, but somehow still managing a deep run regardless, excuse me. Now, as the circle shifts one again, it's quite a centralized circle, so it's not the most difficult of rotations, but it also means that a majority of teams didn't really have to go through too much trouble to get into the area. That middle side of the circle is the most interesting to me because it's wide open areas with barely any terrain, and I'm super excited to see how this ending would go if the circle does end up just going centralized.
There's just plenty of all these space for consideration, especially once you actually go for those recalls. Very likely or not, it's by the edge of the blue zone, so you would expect a lot of the teams to be playing by the rim of it. And by doing so, there's going to be certain clusters that will be pretty much stuck towards a certain vicinity. For the meantime, at the very least, CSU, they did come into all those shenanigans. They just really want to play stock standard. I believe there was not a single revive being called as well. While they do that, Peng did actually score 1 point. So decent effort to say the very least. Now, CSU, I've been trying to study, their patterns. They usually do have some really good protocols to really hold out the first 3-4 stages. Like, they have definitely gotten all the rotations pretty much sorted out. So all they really have to do is really focus onto mid to late game, if ever the case, which is where they've shined the brightest. Now, speaking of which, MSI drives towards their corners, and Hong, we saw that heroic play yesterday, 1v3ing other teams. He's just taking this fancy pick-off potential, and he's already shred out that vehicle down to perhaps 20 more percent. It's already firing up, but thankfully, Master Lion staying absolutely okay.
Yeah, bro is just very fast and furious with it. Now, Ting's gonna go for a 1v1 here, up this angle. FV close by, his teammate on the other side. It's gonna be very interesting how it's gonna go here. The nade goes through. Goes a bit wide. Gonna try and go in for those sprays, find nothing. Now let's talk a little bit about this circle shift. Again, it is quite centralized as well. A majority of teams already inside. That right side of that circle hasn't been populated yet, but you can start to see a majority of teams making a beeline to there. Meanwhile, for the side of NGGZ, MM takes a lot of damage, but does not get knocked down here. You have so much support from your teammates. Holy smoke falls. MM traded, and MM will be lobbied. And the rush through coming in from Elevate is just spectacular to see. Leaves no space and opportunity for the players of NGGZ to be able to prepare for this onslaught. Holy Mango, undeterred and unbothered at all about that rush. It just felt like he was so calm about it.
Yeah, that was absolutely cool stuff that we're seeing coming out of Mango. The way that he just handled a 1 versus 2 with that 180 swing is so ridiculous. I mean, overall, just looking at his pattern of play, when it goes down into a close card combat, he barely misses. So overall, Elevate, they are on a roll right now as they climb all the way into the 8th spot and have potential for so much more. We're going to be looking at the rest of YG, bringing all those teammates back and also scoring 1 point finally, as they are playing it a little bit slowly this time around. The rest of VKS have always been a little bit more passive, but this is so far their second day of action, still feeling it, especially in Rondo. They're not exactly a team that have really given the vibes of having, you know, high firepower rates out there, or should I say they are a little bit more conservative in that sense. So just parking themselves into a compound is just as good as it could get for the time being. As they hold out onto stage 3, the rest of the party have also stagnated as they're just trying to stay afloat. There's about 3 teams right now by the blue zone.
Now the lull and the silence. BKS being very, very patient here. And for good reason. There were a lot of teams coming to knock onto their compound, their zone. They're very, very in the middle. They have a compound. They have the terrains. They pretty much have everything they need to ensure their success at the very least for this particular circle. But it is, again, it is definitely a hotspot. As for KE, they're defending theirs. Yango Galacticos healthy again with the 4. Forced away from that corner. KE is doing a great job of keeping them off that circle. The shift as well. So now the pressure mounts for this particular team. HYB was also close by, but you could tell that they want nothing to do with these 2 teams. If we do kind of go through the usual style patterns of the Yango Galacticos players, I wouldn't be surprised if they do end up going for an execute against KE. But KE is not a team to be underestimated.
Well, not at all. I mean, KE so far, they've been ramping from the second day onwards, and they're definitely showing no signs of stopping. But there is a member that got hurt, so they just went in for the pickup, while Chidput goes in for a little bit of a drive-by. Doesn't seem like he has been able to catch him in the perfect timing, and Chiliput is actually soaking too much damage. It's already stage 4. You don't want anything to do with the blue zone right now, and he might not even survive. He just barely makes it through, thankfully so, but he's driving towards the trap, laid out by the rest of Hive International, and just one tack does it. Easily settled right there from Say Cloud.
And now, Say Cloud looking really good to find that first pick off onto Chiliput as we look at CSU. Kept their eye out for Hive for quite a while. Hive still maintaining the slow passive style play that we saw from the end of yesterday. Well, not their usual style play in the beginning of this week, but it's a style that kept them consistent toward the end of yesterday for these deeper runs. Low on the eliminations, but at least more secure on at least getting those placement points. Monboy, gonna try and just scout a little bit, maybe pull a few stray shots toward him just to give away some angles. But CSU not biting. And Hive, gonna try and see where exactly they want to rotate in. They go north side, they run into Young Galacticos. They go toward the east, they go to CSU. There is a possibility of them rushing straight to the circle though. It's quite open in front of them.
Indeed it is. It does seem like Yaka will not let this one slide though. He does have the elevated spot, so it is definitely a tough place to be for the side of that ABC member. Tries to reconvene with the rest of the party though as they go back on the wheels, but it does allow some opportunities for a spray down coming from the side of Lil Yaka. And so far, he's been looking real good throughout the first couple of minutes of the game. But now this is definitely going to be a little bit tricky to deal with the entire squad. Meanwhile, another fight erupts with CSU, passing by the rest of Hive International. There's just barely enough room, but he's still going to swing indoors. Pang secures it, but there's still more commotion on the outskirts. He goes in for the reload and believes that there is just no room. Those Molotovs have been set into place with Hive still holding firm with only one boy remaining.
And this is great for Young Galacticos as well. They were waiting to see where exactly this fight would break out and immediately go in for that third party. With Ramon and Plerzel already knocked down, he's looking from bad to worse. CSU gonna just quickly push into the area. They know exactly where Monboy is. Gonna make sure that he's not gonna be able to secure the points, but not aware there's another team close by. It's VKS. It's time to just dip their fingers into the cookie jar. Peng does find Ramon, and also you say Cloud finds Pretzel. So Hive got completely torn apart from so many teams. Their hesitation and their slowdown, unfortunately for them, gave teams so much time to prepare and even launch a counterattack.
Yeah, you know, if this was an Indiana Jones episode, this is definitely going to be a Temple of Doom. Or should I say, that's a shrine right there that really caused chaos for not only Hive, but also CSU, because it was those two teams, YG as well as VKS, that was holding out from the outskirts to be able to get better pot shots coming from across the corners, and they were just pretty much boxed in with not much that they could do about barely enough cover. And right now, CSU, at the very least, they did recover just about enough members to work this one out. Can't really say the same about Hive, that did bow down, as we only have 11 teams left remaining at the moment, as NK drops in those emergency covers, as Romeo should be confident enough to try to go for the second coming up against the rest of CSU. While Delta is also handing out grenades out in the field, so there is going to be a Say trying his chances here as he tries to pufferfish to get a little attention off of him while he drives right through this maze. He's still a little off from the zone, so this is going to be hard for him to plow right into the rim, while the rest of SNK relies on Delta, yet to find much at all. He's just doing his best to survive.
Such an unfortunate situation for SNK as well. I really thought that they would really be riding that high from yesterday. They had a good end of the day. But with Seven Sky moving around the area, I'm pretty sure that he had already been marked. And Seven Sky would love nothing more than to get that other point. It's really launched them a little bit more closer toward that 14th spot. Now CSU does eventually go down here, but they did get, a number of eliminations. As for HYB here, gonna be trading nades with ABC. Goes a bit wide, doesn't really get anything out of that. But Zero aware also the possibility of Davan getting a pickoff onto him since his back is wide open is there. So the sides just hunker down, wait a little more, leaving nothing to chance. But a team that's doing well right now is Elevate. Was super excited to see this team come alive toward the end day, especially since it was their debut day, their breakout day, and already 9 eliminations, farming the lobby. They're already, I'd say, on their way to going into a deeper run as of right now. But now in trouble, as Mango is gonna try at the very least to pick up Prem, but there's a lot of pressure coming in toward them. Seven Sky, MSI, both keeping their eyes close to this team.
Yeah, I just love how Elevate, they did manage to score about 50 over points yesterday, and now just within the span of this Rondo round, they almost make double of a single usual match that they play out. So that's absolute value while they are trying to mark the locations of Seven Sky while also taking just about enough cover for his teammates as well. Now, this is going to be a little bit of a tough moment for the side of Elevate should they actually move deeper into the center, because you could already tell VKS is currently struggling on the bottom of the plain open fields. You got to ensure that you have emergency covers to call out, and for most part, a lot of teams have already expended those emergency covers. So whatever resources that they do have, they got to ensure that there are smokes to play for that end game potential. Now, in the center, it's going to be MSI members, with only Monster Line being in the direct center, but it's going to be a decent control for the side of MSI, as they do have a few more members laid down over onto the southern side. Back towards the side of VKS, though, They are keeping their eyes closely onto both Elevate as well as YG, and they're tracking the patterns of movement. They spot them now parking towards that emergency cover, so this could be an opportunity for Lil Wang to just seek for more because they're just so much closer.
MSI has so much zone control as well, but at the same time, it's such a big area, right? It gives a little bit of concern to me because they're a little bit more, I would say, stretched thin. As for the rest of Young Galacticos here, they're taking a lot of damage from Amura, and good thing, Amura, he's did his darnest yesterday to not only drag his team into a deeper run, but also be able to drag a few more eliminations for doing so. And then once again, it's him to be able to find the last few members of Young Galacticos, putting in the damage and gatekeeping them from the circle itself.
I like the fact that the top 6 has been wiped out. And this just allows so much more opportunities for teams like JFS, VKS, or Seven Sky, the ones that need the most points to qualify to the finals, to really fight it all out so that they can just prove themselves that they are worthy to have a title contention. Meanwhile, MSI, as much as they have those zone control, like you said, there's just so much of that open space that they could easily get punished, which is why they don't really want to activate a little early, because once they attract enough attention, then you have 3 to 4 teams to be concerned about at any given moment. So Seven Sky locking the rest of Elevate in position. Not much that Elevate can do. I do believe that they don't really have vehicles as well. So long as Seven Sky keeps them in check, there is just no room for Elevate to realistically move in. The Dacia absolutely broken down. So this is definitely going to be the last stand. We have to see whether if these 3 members can survive all the ordeal that will be offered to them later on, or perhaps it will be a little bit of a slow crawl. We might actually see them get into the sector where they do have one teammate planted right down below, whereas it's only going to be 40 seconds till we actually see more of the action. ABC firm control over onto the east, while on the south, we're gonna see whether or not if Seven Sky decides to strike, because there's just no opportunities given so far.
Very, very impressed with this early showing by Seven Sky. The highest, or second highest in terms of elimination in the lobby so far. Their rotation has been really good, sticking together and surviving as a 4 as well toward, I think, this stage in the game. But I have to say, ever since the top, I think, 6 teams, top 5 teams, top 3 teams have already been eliminated or just knocked out, it really changes the tempo of the game. We don't really have so many teams that are willing to go in for these aggressive fights. I mean, as we know, the only team that is a little bit more active in terms of fights is MSI, but they've already gotten that zone. They don't really have to move around. They don't really have to force fights either. They have the terrains, they have the craters that they in between. And now, for Holy Say, well, eyes on to the Seven Sky team. Does put in a bit of damage toward them, but nothing confirmed, which pressures this team. Hard to really rotate into the zone, hard to move as well. And they're getting pressured. They're running out of time and space. This high ground that Elevate holds is not doing them any dividends either. They do have a bit of cover, but that's all they got. They don't have that space.
And I was thinking that once they actually get the knock, they can kind of swarm in, or at least make that wiggle room for them to just regroup and dive deeper into the zone, but they kind of wasted that opportunity. So Cramp, he's currently stuck, soaking in the damage. It's going to be the last end right now, opening up some shots up against Seven Sky, but he has been marked by Lil Wang. Once again, from downtown, a third party commences. Say, on its second try, still no avenue to find any successful shots to be connecting. Instead, he's the one soaking all the damage. Despite all of that, 9 points, just as good enough. Only 1 member left this time around. Well, Moang slowly mows them down. It is going to be FB that catches Seven Sky at the very same time. MSI's doing a lot of wonders in this late game.
They have a lot of awareness as well. They have a nice formation going on here where they're just making sure to mark every single team around. A lot of damage put onto Seven Sky. You could tell they're getting very desperate. They did manage to get into the zone, but at what cost? They lost half their team just trying to cross in. The same could be said about VKS as well. 1 member knocked down, the others kind of low. And MSI is making it hell for anyone to even pass through. And I was really kind of expecting that maybe there might be this sort of like quiet truce between the teams because they're all surrounding MSI to make space into there. But somehow it's South K that goes huge here, getting a pickoff into one of the members of ABC. And now for VKS, well, you could tell that there's desperation just really coming around now. They have to climb up this terrain, pass by that rock, and Master Lion is not allowing them to do so. His teammate does fall though. They have a lot of cover to go for a pickup and a reset as well. Definitely not going to be easy, but in everything, they did lose one member, and VKS as well had been picked up. FV, making sure that southern side doesn't get obliterated or broken. The defenses are just so good.
Yeah, they definitely abuse the terrains to really get some really beautiful angles to work with. And this is basically MSI's game to lose, if anything at all. I mean, there's just everything to gain. While VKS, they're getting pinched right now, being by the very edge of it, despite them having a few members on their side. I think it is really tough for them to really crack the case open with South just popping his head up and claims that double. They go unstoppable right now as they march into the top 5. 3 members enough to actually take on everyone else in the lobby as they work in tandem. Lil Wang now spotted out. That will be the end of VKS, but that is some hefty points. 7 to close the account here in Rondo.
MSI hella strong and hella brave to be able to get into that circle early, to be able to hold their ground, to be able to have so much zone control. And now the circle is shifting. MSI still with the 3, but still one of the strongest, or not the strongest team to be able to take this away. Seven Sky is still very much alive. One of the players there, Sion CK, goes huge. Now for GFS, does find one member, Master Lion, getting knocked and just knocking him down. But they're not doubling down, and this is a cause of concern because you're just allowing MSI to go for a reset, allowing MSI to be able to just try again, to hold on again. And this is a situation where I'm just hoping that everyone in lobby can see the kill feed. Why not go a little bit more aggressive? Why not go and collapse?
They're just making sure that they run out of that space, so they're just waiting for the right timing for them to perhaps drop one good nade, and that could basically deter the entirety of MSI. Goodfellas now with a really good widespread action as they do take a member out of sight of Seven Sky. There's just no salvation at this point in time. It's only about survival, and there we go. The push through comes into effect as FB, he's just ever ready with the S12K as he taps and taps, gets one back. Not going to allow it to be stolen away. As much as Seven Sky was fancying that shot just to add another to their tap, it doesn't seem like they were fast enough. Meanwhile, Rangi now on the push. He might actually get this isolated fight to his favor as he's hiding inside the smoke, but misses the mark. And now 2 members goes for him, but he still wins the trade.
Crazy work, Wrong. Unfortunately not able to hold it. And GFS somehow still makes it toward the end. The 2 underdog teams that we did not expect to make it all the way here. MSI finally taken down. And now the pressure comes through here. Rith, nice sprays onto one member of Seven Sky. Sion not able to go for that pickup. Gonna just try and prone, hide his head, keep his head low. His teammate gonna come close, but has to be careful. He does go for this reset. There is that possibility that he's not gonna be able to react on time. Wrong, and his teammate decides to go hunting, pops their head out, and then immediately backs down. But Seven Sky not biting at all. Both teams, after all, have the same amount of space. And the guns are loud. The nades prepped. But unfortunately for Seven Sky, running out of space and standing out there in the open was their mistake. And the good fellas get their chicken dinner to open up the day.
Wow, good fellas, they finally have done it. And after a couple of days and a week-long action from the previous work that they've accomplished, this is their time to shine, to bring one to the Borneo side of GFS. And of course, with that said though, their game plan was solid. You can see that they have been able to conquer these far south when they were just wrapping around those corners, and they managed to eventually deny a lot of the movements coming from the side of Seven Sky. And the final member that was trying to cut in, you could tell that he wants to trade, he wants to do more, but they run out of resources. The last I checked, there was nothing else in his back, and by the time he tries to make an advancement, he was just met with the wrath of what the Goodfellas have been offering. So great work. You can see the tag team duo of Rip and Wrong has been able to carry them to victory.
Really great looking for them as well. They're just very, very patient. I think I highlighted a lot about what I was sort of expecting for that particular fight. But a lot of teams didn't want to just really initiate the fights at all, and Goodfellas was definitely one of them as well. Really taking their time here and found a window of opportunity to go forward. But for now, let's have a look at how the Goodfellas was able to secure that chicken dinner.
Loving what we're seeing so far throughout our first run here in Rondo Day Tree, as we're having MSI, Goodfellas, Seven Sky, as well as ABC to be big victors, along with the likes of many to be able to farm all the great numbers. But more importantly, it was to the teams who needed it the most. They are showing their hunger and the drive to succeed and to compete in the grand finals. So MSI, once they made their way back into the lobby after taking a break, they do come back much stronger, showing us that 13 elimination run. As much as they were being bested, Goodfellas were the ones to take the chicken dinner home, but they had the best position possible. They played for the end game, and they played it to the best capabilities. While Seven Sky, this is the biggest improvements that we've seen so far, and they are absolutely rallying, moving back into their correct trajectory in the top 7 spot right now.
Wrong will be taking that MVP spot as well, 3 eliminations, and I just say that they had got 6 knockouts throughout the entirety of this thing, and for good reason. There was a lot of the time that for the Goodfellas, whenever they saw a team toward the edge of that circle, they will be pressuring them. I think teams that they would see not only were pressured but also were sprayed on. So it's a situation where they're just not really as aggressive enough to go in and just really secure those pickoffs. But they were also the contributors on as to why MSI wasn't able to clinch at chicken dinner as well, just really kind of like spraying toward them, really crippling them, lowering their HP as much as they can. Now on to points. beautiful stuff coming in from MSI. Despite only getting 5 placement points, they still managed a whopping 13 eliminations, which puts them at the 18-point scoreline. The Goodfellas at 16 and 7 Sky at 15 as well. And these 3 teams, we haven't seen big plays for them. Great work coming from them, especially for Goodfellas, 7 Sky, and ABC that seem to be struggling at the very, very bottom of the ladder. This should be able to launch them a little bit more further up, and it shows a different dimension on what exactly they can offer for us to see as well, because we haven't been able to see this quite yet.
Yeah, overall, definitely this is some crucial rounds secured by both 7 Sky as well as Goodfellas. Very first chicken dinner here this week, as we are seeing them march up ahead. 7 Sky improves into that 15th spot. Meanwhile, with that chicken dinner right now, trying to see how much more of a drastic shift that we really do have coming in, as the Goodfellas so far have been able to push right through into the top 16, currently holding that borderline up against TEO. So they can definitely maintain the order right now, despite the gap being very close in the 30 to 40 margins at the moment. We expect more changes to come as we eventually move into those triple gauntlet of Erangel matches. And of course, we are going to be closing the day with those double Miramars as well. So maybe we might just see a little bit of a shakeup here throughout the entire course of the evening, because the top teams right now, they're not really convincing us just yet. We saw Hive went down early. We saw even YG. They had some really good fights, but they kind of gassed out with some of the decisions that they actually make. So if this continues to be the case, then we very likely will see the rest of these teams to really fight from the gutter to climb all the way back into the middle of the pack.
It's really exciting when you look at the Erangel maps coming through as well, because yesterday we were, I would say, given a multiple of different teams that were able to get chicken dinners on that map as well. So I think one of them was our mainstay, Young Galacticos, toward that third Erangel, but the rest was also Time as well as CSU. Now, as we know, CSU hasn't had the greatest of starts, so we might be able to see them do so today. But prediction-wise, we talked about it a little bit. For me today, I did bring in CSU, and I'm also very happy to see that my prediction on Elevate was almost there as well. We saw brilliance coming for them, and I feel like for them, they're a team that is very structured, very well put together, that's not too aggressive. I don't think that they're very prone to overheating either, which is why I'm such a big fan of this team.
Yeah, I am also getting even more excited for what the potential is for the same team as well. Well, my outlier pick here is going to be TO. One is I'm rooting for them to just make it through. Maybe they won't have too much of a shift to fight against, the current top teams. But their usual style of play has always been about bronze instead of wits. I'm hoping that they will eventually adapt, because some of the ways that they did stick to hasn't really worked out, but we saw some brilliant plays coming from Lil Yaka. We saw some really good fights that come out of this squad. So if they can stabilize just a little bit more, I think they will yield big results. Maybe it's not going to be like top 5 potential, but so long as they make it to the top 10, that's good enough.
I know, I was really excited to see Liliat Ha play today as well. I think that he is such a brilliant player. We saw how aggressive he can be, and in this situation of 1vX's CQCs is what I would say is his specialty as well. So, now that you mentioned that, I kind of see the vision on why exactly you chose that as your prediction. Now, let's talk a little bit more about this particular map of Erangel. I think yesterday as well, again, there are a lot of teams that really did well. I think some of the teams that did make it on the top there includes, I think, Elevate, ABC. Time also had a good run onto there as well. I think VIX, but VIX isn't playing today though, so there's a little bit of a breathing room in terms of aggressive teams around the server. And at the very least, I think the last map, NGGZ did wake up as well. And this was the situation or the reason why I said that I was really expecting NGGZ to be riding that high. It wasn't like the worst outcome for them. I think Gerald almost won a 1v4 on that last Erangel as well. So for me, I am sort of expecting the hero plays to come through. Haven't really seen that quite yet. They had a good start though on Rondo, but maybe on a more familiar map, it might be something that they would prefer. Who knows?
Sure enough, and of course, while we still have a little bit of time before we get into the next game, of course, if you guys haven't tried yet, you guys can basically log in and have this Naruto Shippuden game mode where you just have so many new stuff in the map, and you could just basically have 5 lives at the Naruto PUBG event. First is your life from the event drops. Second is from the recall, and then you got Kurama, and also the reincarnation jutsu. We finally can play with that jutsu. Are you kidding me? And then fifth, it's your first life from the beginning. Now, of course, when you guys complain like, it's so hard to play PUBG Mobile because I just basically crash out early. Now with 5 lives, come on, tell me you could get the chicken dinner, right? Like you have 5 tries. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, it's always fun to be able to do so, but at the same time, it's more like a fun sort of like mode where I think the fans of Naruto would truly appreciate. After all, we've only been able to see Naruto do their skills, in some games on other consoles, in the anime itself. To be able to do it on a game that you enjoy and you love, such as PUBG Mobile, is definitely going to be a different feeling as well. And I'm super excited for everyone to try it out, so don't forget to do so. If you're making content, don't forget to tag PUBG Mobile. Now let's talk more about what we're going to expect here as well. Contra, I saw that you kind of changed up a little bit your predictions other than Tio, other than your top 3, right? Who else do you think might surprise us?
Well, right now the non-surprise has always been, the usual YG, and also I think like CSU have solidified themselves. So whoever has that triple digit does not count at the moment. MSI, I think that year in year out they've always been, within top 5 threshold. So if there's anyone out there, honestly, it is kind of tough. But if I were to maybe put my finger into any team at all, the Black Eagles actually look pretty good, I must say. But it's just that inconsistency that is the non-driving factor of us really putting the confidence vote. But on games that they actually excel, they look supreme. I think like they have really what it takes to be a star-studded roster. They are just, getting all the gears running at the right time in order to make all that happen. And very often than not, you might see some members are at 5th gear, some are at gear 3. So if it is all on gear 5, then I think like we're gonna see wonders from them.
Yeah, I agree with you about BKE as well. I think they had some really good moments as well. There is Stellar on Teamfight, Stellar at execution as well. Also really good at zone control, compound control. It's just a matter of whether or not they can make it till the end. I feel like that they struggle a little bit toward the end, toward the situations where they're not able to just really establish control or really get the information they need. Regardless, they did have a few deep runs on the days that they've been playing. It's very fun watching them play as well. It's scary to say the least. Another KE that I'm very excited to see has been KE itself. I think KE, not the strongest of teams that we've seen, at least for this tournament, but at the very least they're entertaining and they have really high firepower. Davan especially is just so good at winning these 1vx situations. You don't really want to swing him or give him this isolated 1v1s at all because he's just so good at being able to, I would say, abuse with these windows of opportunity. Excuse me. But that's enough theory crafting for now. Let us know in the comment section which team or player would surprise you guys, because we are after all gonna go into our first Erangel of the day. Today there is one team or one group rather that's not playing, so it does pique my interest a little bit. I mean, as much as I talked about drop spots yesterday at the beginning of the game, we didn't really see too much of a hot drop except for one Erangel. I think it was the second one where we saw an early fight, but that was all we got. But come on, us at home, we love early fights. I know what, strats are not strats, we love the aggressive style play. That's what embodies Southeast Asia and the rest of Asia as well.
That's right, and of course, without further ado, we will kick off our run here in Erangel, as we will see who else will take that big bite here in the PUBG Mobile's Challengers League.
Now we go into this game. There's a lot of curiosity that I have, but it's going to be answered in just a little while here. Now, since the flight path is skewed to a northern side, so not only are we gonna be kind of like surprised if there's any gonna be shifts in those drop spots, but also the fact of the matter is a lot of teams are not gonna be able to go where they'd like. Does this result in those early fights? Well, who knows? Teams like GC, I'm really hoping not only for them to take early fights, right? But most importantly, to have deeper runs. They've had some good ones, but never really making it to the end. HYB as well, very quiet on day one, and I want them to make some noise. They're going straight toward, I believe that's the Severny area, or are they going to be separating across two zones? Would be good if they do that.
Yeah, it looks like they are doing exactly what you just mentioned, or they're just basically securing some of all the outskirts of Stalber while they do have different sectors for them to move out so that they can have just about enough resources. The reason why Stalber is not all too populated as the drop is because everything's just pretty scattered and there's honestly not too many loots on the top side of the hill as well. Hence why you would see that kind of spread happen throughout the map. Meanwhile, centerfold area, once again, Hive will be planted directly in the center. But I'm looking at Changshu Dragons. This is a very interesting approach because they are over onto the north side of George. There's also a few members just right over on the corner bridge, and they're just side by side against the rest of BKE. Now, that is a very risky play because if they were not able to just secure those early vehicles, you can instantaneously be responded with some lead being sent in from the side of BKE. Thankfully not the case, but we once again get another circle that is going to be centered around the north point once again. Severny very likely playable, so maybe this is going to be that kind of shift where players will also consider Rozhok to be another city of choice to hold out. Meanwhile, KE opens their account, getting first blood already. It's Astro OP.
I am in awe at that flight path. I think toward this last 2 days, Contra, we've been seeing more toward like opposites, right? If the flight path goes north, the circle goes south. If the flight path is south, it goes north, which resulted in a lot of these hard shift fights for many of these teams. Very, very slow paced as well, since a lot of teams are very wary about crossing and rotating. This time around, a majority of teams are pretty much already in there. Great to see this work out in favor for HYB. I think they're at 19th spot right now with only 23 points. If they're able to hold on to the area, this could bid them. This bodes well for them, especially if they do have Stalber in their hands. It's a great area with high ground. They have compounds as well. They can hunker down. They can move around Severny or even Kameshki if they want to get active, just really loot up if they want to as well. But that southern side is where things get super hyped for me, because some teams are going to be opting like, okay, are we going to be staying toward the Rozhok area, or do we want to migrate all the way to top side? Severny is open, shooting range is open, there's wide open areas there. And if you are a bit later to that rotation, you have to cross through Esnaya Poliana or cross the water area. Or there are some teams that did decide to go to Georgia Paul, that western side should be, I would say, partially populated as well.
Indeed, it would be, but at the very same time, there's also certain benefits for those who actually rotate very late. When I say very late, it's like you can forsake the first zone, you can forsake the second zone. Third phase onwards is going to be the most important, where you finally get those clearance or a better idea how to play that late game. And by then, you will have a certain passage that you definitely know that some areas are very heavily populated, whether if it's going to be a Rozhok, Yasnaya, or maybe certain chances it could still go into those Severny hillsides. So options are right now vague for a majority of the teams, so they can afford to maybe buy a little bit more time. They don't really have to make haze at the moment, as we have enough time to, of course, elaborate the story so far. If we look at the top 8, we have some of the suspects that we have definitely expected to be on the block, but we are actually getting some action because KE, little did we know that they are actually full sending it into the tiny little shack. They are having a little bit of a stare down, knowing that Lil Wang, he has a shotgun. He's just trying to squeeze through, but Lil Wang, he still found a way to get that one pump barrel connecting.
That was a very small area as well to play. You can't really do much there. And he made every single tiny little advantage work in his favor. Now for the rest of KE in trouble. attempts, getting knocked left, right, and center. Mad Dog already eliminated alongside his teammates. So KE is 16th with only 1 point. I was just highlighting them and it feels like a jinx. I am so sorry, guys.
It's all good. It does happen to the best of us overall. But I think like it was pretty much a one-track mind, and basically they don't really have the foresight of knowing exactly where the rest of the members are. They just hit it into the shack and cause this entire scenario to erupt. So that's kind of on they themselves, where KE definitely have to fix those kind of errors. Meanwhile, BKS, they did not rest on their laurels. They are immediately striking onto members of Elevate as well. This choke point so far benefiting them as they gain 6 points in total. Imagine if they could just shut down 2 teams. This is just going to be the ride of their lives right now, moving into the first map of Wrangle already.
I like this change in pace that I'm seeing from VKS compared to yesterday. I mean, the day one they played, excuse me, where they were a little bit more passive, a little bit more reactive than anything. But by the time that they react, it just feels like half their team had already been shredded apart. This time around, they didn't wait for Elevate to start the fight to them. They themselves went forward. They themselves took up space, and they themselves gave Elevate that element of surprise. So this is a very different style play, a different kind of momentum and tempo we're seeing from VKS. And I'm glad that they've managed to find their groove. After all, most of the teams from Group A did struggle a little bit yesterday to be able to do so. I'm glad that today is the day that they're able to do that. Meanwhile, for Elevate, I have to say that's another jinx from me because I was glazing them in that pre-show as well. So that is a rough situation. Maybe I should be predicting. As for range, well, he nearly takes out Spyro there. That is a very, very nasty shot he sent just from the angle he was holding.
Yeah, we do expect Liliaka to always put in some of all the early game effort, as he has unloaded 2 full clips already. Meanwhile, the rest of BKE now on the move. What I really do like about the stance that was being taken early on from the side of BKS is that this is one team that does not tunnel vision. They have multiple angles to work with. They definitely have plenty of intelligence being gathered, which is why they've been able to get those big scores running even before 10 minutes of play. As you can see, the rest were just making sure that they stay out of trouble for most part. As much as Pretzel sees there is a car parked there, he knows that if he stops, he's absolutely going to get picked up. So just keep hitting the gas as the rest of TO gives a little bit of chase. Liliaka not going to let go. He is always going to be that hound that chases. But I believe that is a little bit too far of a stretch for him to continue onwards. Pretzel now, with the vehicle smoking up, will be able to rejoin the rest of the party alongside with Hive. But they are still segregated, though, after leaving that Pachinki Hill. So now we see a little bit of bump in on an initiative, not really finding the mark. As the rest of SNK, they usually don't want to subscribe to any battle and remains to be pretty much the same. Delta's a little slow though, and this is going to be a tough time for him as he kind of run into some rocks that causes him to drop out of the vehicle for the meantime to try to hold out up against CSU. Perhaps there is a turnaround plan for them to try to seek avenues, but it is just an instant takedown from the rest of CSU to settle this one nice and clean.
Love how far BKE is up there on the northern side, which means that they don't have to really watch their backs, only the front of their faces. Meanwhile, for SNK here, losing 1 member already. Ooh, GC is in a very, very late rotation coming from that south side as well. As for SNK here, man, they had already lost 1 member. So, and Jimmy is very, very separated from the rest of his team. Forced to keep a bit more quiet, hoping the rest of CSU doesn't find him. And I don't think they will. He could just really just play this super patiently, wait out this time. And then as soon as the members from CSU move away, he can start to get a bit more active and just move on, either rendezvous with his teammates or still wait here, wait for moments of opportunity, catch any rotators. It would really, really help their points as well. Because I feel like for them, especially since they're so behind, playing just for placement points is not enough. You have to go a little bit more beyond. You have to add on a little bit more extra in terms of eliminations. Just really launch yourself a little bit forward.
True enough, and I just really want to shift some of all the narratives into what could potentially happen once more, because based on the rim of the circle, it's telling us that the zone is moving into Yasnaya yet again. And to me, I feel like SNK their ways have not been working out. They really have to try something else where sometimes you take some of all these fights being isolated, it just goes nowhere. We saw that happen between them as well CSU. And even then, did we see any response coming in from the rest of the members of SNK? Not at all. So if they're going to continue on like this, I am not going to be surprised if they get wiped out somewhere between those urban areas of Yasnaya by the time that they journey in. Hype, though, this is definitely a team that was pretty interesting because week one, they did spectacular, where they've garnered 6 ranking points from the league stage, and we have already seen them basically have just about enough to get by. But this week itself, it's almost a no-show, but then again, this is only going to be the day 2 run. So 23 is below satisfactory. I'm not trying to throw shades at anybody right now, but I just say that Hype, they were just doing so good last week. What really happened?
I think VOD reviews happened, antis happened, teams starting to adapt happened, and that's the beauty of this 2 weeks though. It's 2 grueling weeks that you're going to have to be able to adapt on the fly. You're going to have to be able to have multiple pages in your playbook to be able to just turn around, because if you're stagnating and you only have one style of play, that's going to be a problem. It's showing in some of these teams right now. Hard shift toward the southern side and even a body of water at the southern side as well. This is not going to be very easy for many of these teams. The later rotators as well are going to struggle, especially toward the southern side.
Yeah, what I can tell from this situation is that either these 2 teams, TO or Hive International, they're going to be fed with a lot of action. The question is, how well can they basically defend themselves? And if they do, they will be getting themselves some handsome rewards points. Well, Hive struggling to make amends as they are now getting attacked from afar. A lot of teams currently on that rotation, knowing that if you're going to be late to this kind of circle, you're doomed. There's just no way in because of that body of water that you mentioned. It already dissects this by 50-50. So they are just going to take a quick gamble on whether it's going to be north or south and just call it a day. Find a good spot and try your best to hold out, which is why NGGZ, they just want to be by the rim. They want to control the entire sector of the Yasnaya. Once those teams exit, and their fate will be sealed, just like what they did to that member of ABC as Rare gets taken out.
Yeah, but Moang does get an answer back though onto a member of Seven Sky. So at the very least, it is accounted for. But Sky, they still want to go hunting. And Mo Wang, you have to be super opportunistic and really calculate how exactly you want to move here. You cannot allow yourself to be crunched from multiple angles and put in a position where it's a 1v2. Out here open, throws out the nade, moves the way up as well. But the door is open, which means that he can't just swing out into the open by himself. He's in a position that not only does he have to survive, but also have to bring his teammates into a deeper run. And Seven Sky realizes this. So, for now, they're gonna be moving away. And Mo Wang is going to be given a second chance at life.
Ooh, wow. Really good spot for the side of Seven Sky, and of course there's still more of these teams who are really vying for a beautiful spot. Yasnaya is a decent call, but exiting out of Yasnaya has always been a pain in their backs. So right now, Seven Sky, they kind of have the best of both worlds. They guard that bridge, so they will definitely see plenty of movements eventually. And from that mini map itself, we're already getting a glimpse of Mo Wang just not only trying to survive, but if he does go undetected, you expect him to have a very deep run. So that is, of course, him counting on lucky stars that no teams are moving towards his direction. Meanwhile, Hong already showing some signs of aggression as they have been able to put some markers onto the rest of the squad. While it does seem like YG wants to take the compounds, as much as they really want that real estate, is not going to be covered by the zone, unfortunately, so they will just commit to the fight, and they are doing that excellently up against Misfit Internationals.
Oh man. Now we look at Young Galacticos here. Once again, they're playing a little bit more far back, always against the blue zone. And for them, their rotation is not going to be easy either. For MSI as well. Because as soon as MSI got into that vehicle, they're getting pressured by both ABC. I think we also see the presence of Seven Sky close by and even Yangon Galacticos. The circle is shifting, but they have a bit of time. But they need to cross, they need to take that space, and most importantly, they need to cross that body of water to be able to get to the other side of the circle, which has a little bit bigger of space to hold on to. The teams in the middle right now with the most space to work with is surprisingly HYB, that have already found the mid side of the area, a terrain to really hunker down in. But it does make me a little bit worried for them. If you guys could see where they've sort of hunkered down, they're surrounded by such big open areas as well, which kind of gives a bit of the same vibe as the circle and style play that MSI did in that previous map of Rondo.
Yeah, the moment that you mentioned them, one of them have been picked off by NGGZ as well. So NGGZ will kind of take a lot of that space away from the rest of HYB. Meanwhile, a strike down happens as Moang, despite his teammates bowing out early, he's still showing strength so far, claiming a point away from the side of YG. But YG does have the hovercraft. There is no point for Moang to re-aggress because he can't shred out that hovercraft alone unless he tag teams with other parties as well. Hype now striking one member down for the side of CSU. While VKS, they took this opportunity because the rest of the teams are fixated on getting by this region so far, providing just about enough cover for the side of Yangon Galacticos, while the rest of Seven Sky right now sending a couple of great spray downs over onto the rest of the corner. Seven Sky, they have such a stronghold right now by the gas station that it is almost unstoppable. Even YG, they want to take a crack at it. They did not find success. And Moang's just being there torn in the flesh from the back end of the sniper's nest. So this is where ABC has got to be very careful. Moang needs to buy a few more minutes, at least into the top 8.
Can as well. He can go for, and I think that a lot of teams are going to opt to cross that bridge. And the thing is, he can also be a third party because everyone's so preoccupied with keeping GC off the bridge when just fighting for space to be able to cross as well. And you know who's going to be the main benefactor out of all of this? It's going to be Hive waiting on their side. And meanwhile, for VKS, doing great work of finding the final member of MSI as well, adding one more to the tally. Always Amura to be the last person standing. And also for this team as well, making big things happen for the team. And Moang here will be caught out in the open ABC. I'm not too sure how they're going to be surviving this onslaught, as Mernat blind sprays through the smoke, gives him a pickoff. And now Yellow Galactico is getting active. They want to go and secure that pickoff. They want to go and take up that space and deny the players of VKS from being able to enter the zone.
I love that the circle of Scambala teams to move backward south just to pull it backward at North Point. So multiple teams will have to cross that bridge if they haven't already. Hive International, they basically don't have to move a muscle at all because that circle is going to be zooming directly at them. Well, here's the attempt coming from Shifunari as the rest of YG, they have to just hop off that hovercraft to form a trade. Now it's only going to be Mernat in the smoke. And this is a desperate situation, but Mernat, can he clutch it? We've seen that before. VKS on the hunt, secures that point up against Say Cloud. Inching closer and closer. That nade looks pretty good. It's only chip damage being done. It does seem like it. Mernat, very patient. Amura doesn't really have an inkling of what he's currently doing right at this moment. But VKS knows it's not too much of an overcommitment that we're looking for here. We need to look for the zone. But Mernat, they punished him for it.
Oh man, Mernat, always the one to be able to make a difference. But what a different look here as Galacticos only with one make it to Mernat's just slowly doubling the amount of eliminations here. He's still making it real tough for VKS to be able to get to the zone and single-handedly destroying this team. Lil Wang slowly just proning his way forward. They have a general idea where Mernat is. It's just a matter of being able to just, I would say, catch him before he gets caught. But the play zone does find Shifunoti, so he's not going to be able to get picked up or even saved. Mernat's still in a big position to go for this reposition. Lil Wang's get caught. NGZ from downtown, MM, already stationed himself so further out on the terrain outside of that circle. Great thinking coming in from him as well. Just make this, I would say, nasty shredder of a crossfire with the rest of his teammates safe inside of the zone. And now, as for the rest of NGGZ here, well, their eyes are slowly trained onto the members of Seven Sky.
Yeah, just going back into what VKS have accomplished as well. 9 points. It was endless fights that they were taking, and they absolutely farmed just about enough to give themselves a little bit more of that lifeline, closing the gap to inch closer towards the previous Chicken Dinner winners, Youth Fellas, who's also taken out pretty early into this matchup. So, of course, they'll take their chances in the upcoming matches as we continue on with NGGZ. Knows very well with a hovercraft pack right down below. That's going to be a couple of teams that will be right underneath the bridge. Right across is going to be Seven Sky. So both of them are just tag teaming to see who basically gets to fish them out of the water. But Gerald, he doesn't really have the right scope for it. So he's just going to try again and again, but not quite finding it.
I mean, all he has to do is just really pressure. There is an answer back. Oh, wow. That nade knocked down 2 members of Seven Sky, almost obliterating the entire team. GC is loud and they are hella explosive right now. This is looking from bad to worse for Seven Sky. This late rotation, whoever that came in from the southern side has almost been taken out of the game. As NGGZ, they really up the ante for the heat and the pressure to the members of Seven Sky, or rather members, singular. So it is only 1 player left. They have 6 eliminations already picked up just by waiting here. One of the earlier teams to be able to get space in the zone. And most importantly, it wasn't even a great compound or a high terrain. They're so flexible with how they want to move around the area, how they want to hold, leaving only Red inside of the zone if something were to happen. And Red is just keeping a close eye on the members of CSU, probably rallied his teammates forward just in case they lose that space.
That's true, and overall, they really haven't done anything drastic to just score huge, but in a sense, like just by pickoffs after pickoffs, you can see NGGZ, they're just stacking, racking everything that they can. And just from the crosshairs of Jaro, you can basically count the points. Potentially 4 points if he gets all of it. There's a little bit of dance here. He's just really making the rest of these teams suffer, as it does seem like there's no other option than for that player to just jump into the water. There we go. That's a double. Looking for point number 10 up against the rest of GC. Seven Sky. Only 2 points this time as we continue on with a real battle taking place just by the outskirts. So Jarrell's definitely summoned to try to take on CSU as well. A beeline being formed right now as the rest of the team will be able to hold out for the current point in time. CSU knows that they lost vision. They don't really have to overpeak at the very same time because now the major focus will shift over onto TO. Their backs are absolutely vulnerable, and the moment that he strains rightwards, bang! He still gets punished because that grenade dropped real low, and it is going to be Red who will splatter them to the ground.
Look at this collapse coming through. They saw the knock, they immediately rushed forward. But it's going to be Teo as well. They'll be reaping the benefits as the rest of NGC do still at least get 2 points from that skirmish. Northern side fully in NGGZ's control. The only team at the middle is HYB still, and they have been staying there as silent as a mouse. Now they decide to strike. Some nades traded over to the players of NGGZ. But they're not willing to move away from their little shack. Genji, a little bit too far forward, but it's View that gets hit by the full force of that grenade. Bai as well wants to be the first contact, but still keeps his head down low and doesn't feel like HYB is on the same page here. A little bit more segregated, a little bit too far apart, allowing for so many teams to pelt them and pressure them. As Gerald, very aware of Tio's positioning, sprays them down, gets a knockdown, but at the same time, GC decides to be opportunistic. One member of NGZ has already been knocked down. It's going to be MM that needs to be saved here, but I don't think it's a problem since they are going to rally back, move together, and provide a pseudo cover to be able to survive and be healthy as a 4.
Tio, they're just looking for opportunities to swing deeper into the center, but they really have to deal with NGGZ. Loving the fact that Jarrell has so much control. You saw immense use of utility, and he was just razor sharp when he does swing. Just an absolute menace coming into this round. 4 members still alive, and they have pretty much got amped up from all the fights that they've taken so far. The ones that could basically match them is only going to be Terror Esports. Meanwhile, Red being struck down, and now it is looking like it's scramble as the rest of NGZ. They spread far apart from one another. Terror now looking for assistance as they are just going for a little bit of swing with a drive. Decides to pull back. Unknown. Terror. They're just having not much of a room to breathe, but they have to deal with both NGGZ as well as Hive at the very same time. It is not ideal, but it must be done right now. Ramon now clears the sector, takes out the rest of GC, and that will be it. Moving into the top 3, we got the Titans here with the double digit, and also Hive looking for their way back to the top seed.
Feels like we're back to the usual script, but Teo running away with their lives. NGGZ struggling. Minor back into the game. They have a lot of cover and space to work with. They've effectively taken over, the shack that HYB was holding for quite some time. A trade of nades, but both nades going a bit too wide. They have MM further far compared to them, so they have a nice pizza cutter crossfire set up for the members of TEO. Meanwhile, for Hive, they've been fairly quiet. We barely saw them show their hand throughout the entirety of this game. Their game plan was to be able to gatekeep all the players crossing from bridge. They did manage to pick off 4 points through that, but that's all they managed to do, since the majority of teams did opt to go for a further or longer rotation. But Ramon decides to change things up here, puts a lot of damage into Lil Yatka, forces him off his angle. And Teo, it's just so hard because they are getting crunched from both NGGZ and Hive. They show their hand, they shoot, they give away their position. And because their angles are a little bit more out in the open, you are covered on one side, your left or right will be out there in the open, ripe for the picking, either from NGGZ or even Hive. But they have a good idea though, playing this 2-2 formation, which means that 2 players can keep an eye on Hive and the other can just give an idea on how exactly to be dealing with the first front line of NGZ if they do decide to execute.
NGZ now planning the assault, and there we go! Golden nades coming out from the side of MM, and now it's Helter Skelter as they leave non-standing. Because of that spread, TEO, they've got their units now weakened. Hive now fancying that opportunity, thinking that there might be wounded members from the side of NGGZ, but apparently not. It was just sheer dominance that was displayed. And now, some of the best coming in from PMCL are now hunting out for the prize. I'm afraid that TEO, they can only sit back and watch and maybe take some fancy opportunities once both sides are battered and bruised. Does seem like the rest of Hive, they do have a lot of control on the direct center. MM, as well as the other member of NGGZ, now all rally true from the North Point. I'm just afraid that this actually could be punished by Master Itchy. He's just waiting for the time to swing, but instead it was Daryl that finds Godspeed.
Oh man, here we go. And GZ getting very, very active. Hive as well starts to join in the fray, getting very active, moving around the area, but have to be aware that they are 1 player short. 15 eliminations, huge numbers brought in by NGGZ. Weren't necessarily able to find that fire yesterday, but a good night's sleep and a bit of time just really bringing them into the game showed us so much changes. The players of Hive not in the healthiest of HP and positions as well. 1 member nearly getting knocked down already, and the rest of NGGZ is so aware of this, but Pretzel decides to even it out with Pretzel getting 1 but traded out by his own teammate. MM gonna rush forward here, knows where Ramon is, punished for peeking out and trying to get any information. A 2v3 going to be so hard for Ramon to keep the rest of the team at bay. The nades are coming here. Range gives away the game of where MM is. The point is here. The shots are huge. But in the end of the day, NGGZ will still prevail. A winner chicken dinner and looking to continue their big win streak from week 1.
A massive return coming into day 3 as they have also nailed perhaps their biggest run yet. We'll start calculating right after this, but oh boy, was that not fun to really see them duke it all out against their nemesis, Hive International, to prove who is the best out of the PH. And oh wow, you saw that they were drained out of all these resources where they've tossed everything out of the block to the point that it's all raw firepower that was being offered from the very tail end of the fight. It was TEO, they got no more business being there anymore, where you saw that NGGZ, they had very little room to really work out with. But of course, with those vehicles, they basically spread across the wings in order to slowly strike more of the members of Hive. But the star of the show so far from the past couple of days have always been Gerald, and I do believe he should be the MVP of the round, but we'll talk a lot more about that right after the break.
Stuff coming in here and a better look at NGGZ as they finally find their week 1 form. Bit more patient, a bit more slow in the beginning of the game, but when it comes to control, when it comes to domination, when it matters, NGGZ shows us what's up. 18 eliminations. I think the one that we had in the opening match this week by Hive was 19, only 1 off. But Hive is still here though, consistent on that top 3 with 6 eliminations. TEO and VKS just showing up. VKS especially, a team that hasn't been able to find their form, find their groove, being able to make it here with a convincing 9 eliminations tells us and shows us a lot of potential. Gerald will be taking the MVP here, and for good reason. This guy is the guy. On his debut day, nearly wins a 1v4, and now he's giving us 7 elims total all by himself.
This guy, he is absolutely peaking right now. I believe he is currently in his prime form, which is the reason why back in week 1, NGGZ absolutely dominated. And the numbers literally speak for itself, where I don't really have to elaborate further than that. 28 points. This is basically like 3 rounds worth for some teams. Heck, even maybe a full day's worth of points for some. So that being said, there has been great showings coming from TEO as well as VKS. Like you said, TEO did manage to squeeze one member to try to fend for those points in the top 3 and might have actually made it to top 2. Well, Hive International, we saw they were showing a little signs of struggle towards the late game. They could not hold on for much longer, but it was still a decent fight that they put up with up against the rest of NGGZ. And because of that very reason, they are now inching maybe a little bit closer to the gap being created from the side of YG. But the big update here remains that NGGZ, with their second chicken dinner acquired this week, they are now propelling up ahead. And if they have another round, of such high flying action, they should be back into that top 2 or even maybe top 1 conversation.
This is crazy. I believe that this team, NGZ, started off the day at 12th place, pushes themselves all the way till 4th just through one match. Crazy work coming through here, but we are going to be still having another 4 maps coming at you, so do not go anywhere. We'll be right back after the break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting ourselves ready for another round of action inside of Erangel. And oh boy, was that a showing from NGGZ. Taking on Hive, taking on Terror Esports, and it was an amazing duel that they had. And we are definitely in for more treats coming up next.
Oh man, I am very excited. We had so much potential come through. The top dogs are back online. The teams that we didn't think would be making it up there are making it up there. At this point, it's anyone's game. NGGZ right now, they are up there. Whopping 18 eliminations. This is the form they showed on week 1. And most importantly, this was also the situation that we see Red and Gerald sort of go neck to neck to get the MVP title for the week. Let's see whether or not this momentum translates into the second Erangel of the night.
Here we go again, and we're getting a glimpse out of Sonoska military base as a starter, which means that we're having this flight taking from the southern passage all the way up towards Stauber. So we're seeing a lot of northern endings. I will not mind at all if we pull it back to somewhere central, if we have somewhere over the south side, but if it were to be over North Point again, I think all the teams are already getting so familiarized on how to play things out. But even despite that, you saw how challenging those terrains were. Last round, it was around that lake across that Pollyanna to be the playing field for the most part. But after all the commotion that they had up north, I'm pretty sure they're feeling a little bit wobbly about how this could end up again around those territories. So if anything at all, become pretty much prepared. But Tash, anything that really was the focal point of tension other than, the NGGZ win from the past round?
What really caught my eye for the round? For the win, sorry?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it's just mostly that decisiveness when they want to take the fight. They felt like they were very quiet. They were taking a very similar stance to what we saw from Hive, right? Quiet, prioritizing positions. But when it comes to fights, this is what I missed seeing from them last week. This aggression. And this time around, it's not reckless aggression from the beginning of the game where they just go aggressive, and fight anything that moves. It's more of like, when exactly can we utilize our aggression and our execution? Their nade tosses were just so nasty as well. As soon as one player gets knocked down, the collapse was huge. That's what makes it so scary.
And it seems like they're in it for more because they are now looking to trample the rest of Elevate very early on. We see Spyro does have a S12K, so Elevate's only got the pistol, but he was making some work out of it. Beggars can be choosers in such an instance where whatever allows you to take out your opponent, you gotta just wing it for the taking. Meanwhile, BKE is on the edge of the wall. Well, I could say the same about CSU. There's no business for Peng doing at the gas station.
Okay, here we go. Elevates. His Holy Smoke's already getting knocked down here. And BKE also wants to come through in this area. And GGZ, I think they got a whiff of that coming through here. They decided, let's just move away. Let's not force the issue so early into the game. And this is prime opportunity for BKE to really bring themselves back into the game. They do, after all, have better guns compared to Elevate that's been struggling to even find some loot. Holy Smoke keeps quiet, doesn't want to really give away the game or position, especially since Frenzy has already been knocked down. They're in a position where they can sort of stabilize this 3v3. Holy Cram shows his hand, brings away the position of 2 players, or the attention of 2 of the players toward him, with Kane jumping forward. His teammate definitely noted, and this is a monster truck. Not the easiest to break or get a knock onto, but Holy Smoke cannot be recovered. 1 second gets him in the end. Holy Mango waiting for prime opportunity to swing out, but not the right target since it doesn't stop the revive. As Kane tries his best to find that final member. There we go. Holy Cramp caught out in the end. And as time goes by, it's getting worse and worse for Elevate. Only 1 member left. Not the best of outcomes as well. It just felt like they're just so unlucky. Take a fight against NGGZ. Move away. Run into BKE. They can't catch a break.
Yeah, they can't catch a break at all. And I think like one of the major factors was the weapon div when they actually dock into some of all these huts, because of course you got those RNG spawns, but we start off with what? Only about pistols and some SMGs to work with for this side of Elevate. Meanwhile, for the side of BKE, you got shotguns. Great for all these close range duels. You also do have all these spraying weapons with better damage potential coming from the AR category weapons. So I felt like that gave a little bit more confidence for the side of BKE to really close out the fight. But of course, as the dust settles for a little bit, we have the rest of KE who is playing more and more passive. I felt like, this is a legacy team that has been around PMCL for a very long time. And I've been seeing, different iterations of the roster, but it really felt like this one is kind of just in for the vibes, but somehow making just about enough room for them to maybe cut into the finals. They aren't doing the greatest, but they're also not doing all too shabby after all. So I really do wonder, like teams that actually start off so far off the map, what could they actually make out of it? But we talked about the balancer truck. It will be a decent quick drive coming from the rest of BKE. TO a little bit late to take those kind of opportunities, but at the very least, TO knows that the entire Rozok is to themselves. Whereas, last we saw out of that mini cam, it was CSU trying to pick up that vehicle around the gas station, lost Hong very early. So I feel like it really cost a little bit of stir, towards the point that they even committed more, and now it's only Hoshan left.
We saw that fight happening, and I was a bit concerned for them as well. It just felt like they were not ready for these early aggressions. I had a mind that this might be happening, especially since it was a skewed flight path and it was a position where not everyone can be getting that space. Yesterday, we didn't see any aggression. Everyone decided to move away, just avoid each other. But today, it just feels like everyone woke up with a brand new motivation, a brand new mind, with a brand new fire in them. Teams like NGGZ, CSU, Elevate even love these early fights. BKE showed us that as well. And it's definitely a faster tempo today. And I am really liking this tempo. I thought that a lot of teams would have already picked up that this would be the case.
Yeah, I really think that the teams definitely are looking for some of all these short bursts and then have a little bit of reset, get the next rotation done, and then kind of rinse and repeat that kind of process is the best way moving forward. But at the very same time, like it runs the risk of them also bowing out early, which we saw plenty of damage already being done coming into the quarters of CSU. And I guess, usually teams have also expected the early games to be maybe a little bit quieter, so it kind of catches them a little off guard when, you suddenly see, a team like Elevate getting hot drop. Like, what are the odds you actually move into a non-city area? Did not even in Yasnaya, did not even in Rozak. They were just thinking, okay, maybe that apartment right there is of good value. I mean, it is absolutely true, because if we run the facts is that it has been like how many games already? Like 4 games over in North Point. You definitely want to prioritize areas such as those.
Yeah, Seven Sky this time around taking a more aggressive approach. And I like the fact that they're going for this. Every single elimination matters, and being able to cripple these teams means that they takes away their chances or lowers their chances to be making it toward the end for those last few chicken dinners. Also keeps that position, that idea that there'll be less people in the server, which means less a threat to deal with. Seven Sky here, very comfortable on the northern side of Rozok, I believe, just chilling around here. It's a very, very middle area of the circle, and this is a situation that's interesting from that map feed because the body of water is right through that middle side of the area. Teams are going to have to choose where exactly their allegiances or their guesses are going to lay. Are we Team North or are we Team South? And which team is going to be decimated in that rotation? As we see all of that as well, MSI has gotten 2 eliminations. They've been really active with those quick little pickoffs if they do see a stragglers now and then. And now the circle shifts, and unfortunately, Team North, you are out.
Ooh, boy. Too much of an early commitment, and I kind of feel bad for Hoshuan because he's also part of the Nordy as well. But the problem is he's all alone, and you got, like, what, 3 teams across him? I am not liking his odds at all. But looking at the south side, take a look at what SNK is doing. They kind of swung into melee base and then exit out of melee base to try to make the slowest of all rotations, but that guarantees them a little bit of safety net once they do pass Gatka. GC is already doing exactly just that they are slightly quicker for the meantime. Even the likes of YG has made their passage true over in the southeast. Meanwhile, we finally get a little bit more of the action once more with GFS inside the compound. Tio hoping for a lucky toss right now. No instant connections coming from both ends, unfortunately. So whether or not does Tio double down? They lost of Ember very early on, so maybe the plan all along was just to keep them around the vicinity, but it's gonna be Riv that finds the connection. And now down towards Scott Speed as well as Yakta. See what they could do. And Goodfellas, they confirm one.
Oh, nice spray. Gets Shins, knocks him down. His teammate close by here. Kill not confirmed, so Godspeed. Great position to be able to get one more point. Keeps Rith at bay thanks to that nade. Spots a bit of a pixel out of place here, but he cannot overcommit. These angles, these windows can be the difference between whether or not his dome gets popped. Moves away, and that's what I say. You never turn your back in a gunfight in any bad situation. Possibly trying to think of a way that he can reposition, put a bit of distance as soon as he saw his teammate go down there. But the timing Rith had as soon as he just swung out was just too good. So he not only gets the elimination, but also able to reset his teammate, bring them back into the game.
Well, we gotta see can he actually hold on for a little bit longer, because that dip that they're holding through is still very much vulnerable, which is where GFS, they are rotating into a deeper angle. Now this is a clear attempt. Does seem like Chewy kind of pressed the button for him to get back to the vehicle, so he lost a 1 second window to try to look for that punish. I like this look. GFS feeling a little bit more confident. This is what a chicken dinner does to these teams, right? Like suddenly with that pop-off, they're like, hey guys, I think our early game, we could try to be even more aggressive, like how we play the end game, and things will be good. I mean, following that trajectory, I think this is the kind of confidence that we want to see out of all the teams.
Okay, here it comes, that circle shift. It's already confirmed. It's all the way southern side here, so the northern side fight is definitely going to happen. Teams that are going to cross that ridge toward hospital there is going to be a pain to drop down. SNK finally leaving the area on the southern side as NGGZ is super active this time around, swarming around MSI. Nasty stuff straight toward Master Lion there, but will be traded immediately by the other members of MSI. Great layering coming for them. Definitely puts a brakes onto the aggression that they want to bring to this area. FV, great job. Nice layering, long range as well. Gerald wants to try and punish, but it's always Gerald that just finds that perfect timing to pop his head and just bring his team back into the game. Lost minor, but no worries. Still healthy as a 3 with 4 eliminations early this far into the game. Just really bolster them into the top side of the ladder.
Somebody's got to check out Gerald's profile on his PUBG ID. I mean, I want to know how many hours does he grind in a day to have that level of mastery. Like, he knows he has the upper hand of the compound, sure, but to know where exactly players tend to peak is another. You saw he diffed them by just 1 pixel. That is insane of what Gerald just did right there. NGGZ on the roll. Meanwhile, here comes the rest of Hive International. Arriving strong, taking out Campus, and there is going to be Ramon also getting a knockover on Devon. That's a value of 2, and now down to Bad Dog and Astro OP. Barely surviving.
Oh.
Here comes the drop, and they make it swift, and they make it clean. Hive International, they're showing up.
That is a great double swing coming from them as well. Leaves nothing to chance. This is the most active I've seen Hive International in the past 2 days. Usually they're the type of team who just find an area, hunker down. We saw that in the previous map of Erangel just now, all the way to that last few circles. They did not move up until the circle shift, and they're forced to move away. And because of that late, I would say, proactivity that they had, more of a reactive style play that it wasn't really, I would say, working well in their favor, they eventually fell because they weren't able to just really fight for that space. I'm glad that little break between this map and the previous one gave them a bit of time to reevaluate what was working and what was not. Is looking very good as we move to our VKS. This is a team that managed to get a top 4 finish in that previous Erangel, and they looked really good. A different style of play, a different aggression. Didn't see it on day number 1, but we're definitely seeing it right now from them as well. Hearing all the gunfire and sounds from the outside, but they're not being too hasty. They're waiting for this team to push in toward them instead.
Oh boy. If I look at this zone, it's telling me that it's only 30% playable. The other field on the Gatka is going to be rough. Meanwhile, speaking of a rough spot, it is going to be BKE. Spyro barely has room to cover himself. His teammate needing a little bit of rescue. Meanwhile, BKS, they're still hanging on somehow, some way. They are just getting themselves into the heat of the moment with more efficient supply, as there is going to be SNK taking a swing while he turns his back. And SNK will prevail for the moment. There is the elimination of BKE at the very same time while we stare into the fog of smoke. The battle is far from over. 3 versus 2. That grenade now sent in. Great movement coming from the side of Hop. He's thinking about re-peeking, but this is a dangerous move that he should not be taking. But if he's gonna go down, he at least wants some points with it, and he gets it knocked.
That is perfect timing for him. Just really catch them as they're moving away. Still as a 2, SNK, no problem bringing Jimmy back as well. I would have expected MHOP to be a little bit more, I would say, aggressive. There's the nade, a bit too wide. So Jimmy, safe, back to be able to give support for his teammate. There's a VKS here scratching their heads. MHOP, what are you gonna do? You come outside, it's a 1v3. You could go back and just move away from the area. But I think he really wants to double down on this. And if he does go down here, you only have 2 eliminations. Not the best in terms of positions as well to be able to get those extra points in placement. Looking from bad to worse. Took so much time that he gave so much space for SNK to be able to push in here. Could be play on the roof, but Carti read that like a book, so shots to come out, and there we go. That is the end of VKS at 10th with only 2 eliminations.
By him just holding out, you can see that they also put SNK in a tough situation as well. They spend so much time to conclude that fight, and they have to soak some extra damage from the blue zone before they even set foot into this trajectory. Now, before that, I was having this conversation about why when I look at the circle, it actually seemed like there's only 30% playable areas, because only in the North Point as well as the far west, you will have regions where you get some terrain, and then you got that flat ground of Gatka, which is absolutely unplayable in the early game. So you will definitely see plenty of trades over on the hillside, over onto ruins, as there is loud back and forth going on between Hive, as well as some of the members of GC, now penning out one member from the side of Seven Sky. He loses the target, but there's nowhere else to go.
Yeah, that's too much happening right now for Seven Sky. You could tell they're feeling the pressure. You could tell there's sort of panicking just a little bit here. They do have a lot of space to work with. They have zone control as well, somewhat. It's just a matter of being able to stay together as a team and be able to play as a unit. And they do just that. Just despite only having 2 left, it did give them away that space as GC decide not to press the matter further. Especially since Hive is close by. Yangon Galacticos, wow, this is the most quiet we've seen them in the early game. Usually there's always the kill feed sort of lighting up somewhere, but this time around, it's all about survivability. And sometimes when things don't work well for Yangon Galacticos, they sort of default to that. Not necessarily a bad thing, but definitely feels weird though, because they're usually the most active ones in the lobby.
They definitely are, and I think right now it's more about assessing the situation, because this is a different level of difficulty when it comes down to navigating towards stage 5 onwards, because of the current circumstance of it shifting into that Gatka field. So whoever's holding on to compounds, great. Even better for the side of GFS because they have a compound. They are also in the zone. Although it's not being centered, they can always play wrapping around the edges, expecting other teams to move towards that direction so they could find even more points. As for the side of Hive, stacking up to 5 at the moment. And they have known that, hey, we don't really have to go any further than this. Ruins is just good enough for them to conquer with just a few members that they planted. But not too far off, it's going to be 7 Sky, so they just don't really want to butt heads just yet. As do you see a sniper connecting coming from the side of ABC at the moment. 7 Sky. Absolutely stranded. We saw the commotion and somehow, I don't even know, how does this guy even survive? But he did everything he could in order to stay afloat. Now, big nades, back and forth, and one perfect toss coming out of Rare. An instant cook, but are they gonna full send it? Does seem like the case to be. GFS, they gotta react right here, right now.
Just wait it out here. Door opens. Close it and said nope to the nade. And Moewang, smart to do so, but does get traded in the end. Shins was there for the follow-up. Steals that point away as well. Gets away with murder. But still have to worry about Zero. But he was ready for it. But the layering coming in from ABC has been good. But the same can be said about Goodfellas. No, I lied. ABC has a layer, 2 layers, a 4th layer even. You think you're safe chasing the other layer. There's another one. And Chewy picks off at 0. Needs to be able to save his last 2 teammates. Xiaojia will be denied the pickup by Rare. Chewy not afraid to show his hand. Just for a bit of a reprieve. Waits close by. He wants to try and push the issue here with the revive. But the footsteps coming from Rare here is huge. And he fakes it, baits it. The car explodes, but is not enough to stop him. Moves away. And Rare says, you know what? I can't do anything here. There's too much out there and up there in the open. The nade comes through. Rare sidesteps it. HP quite low. This 1v1 gets more and more intense by the second, since you also do have that pressure coming in from trying to save your teammates. Chewy does rush through here as well. Makes his presence known at the door. But Rare decides to go on the outside. Chewy sort of anticipates this, rushes through. The shots are there. Rare will be able to prone, moves away from the nades, and Chewy takes no damage. The reset here, the heal is there. The door gets gnomed, and finally in the end, Chewy finally gives us that conclusion. Oh
Chewy.
My god, Chewy.
Chewy. He is an absolute unit. A beast in close quarters. And now, finally, after that clutch, he gets a little bit of a breathing space. Much needed one at that. And, you know, even the PUBG Lords were saying, yeah, that was pretty cool. So they gave him a kapow. The rest, not so fortunate. So they don't really have those walls to really cover themselves with. Hive now driving left and right. And this is that kind of diagonal that I've talked about where they are just hugging by the rim of the zone. Nobody's willing to go to the center because there's just plenty of attention from every corner of the map. It's just flat grounds up ahead. Too bad this ain't no Rondo where you could just call for emergency covers and stuff like that. So is just going to act as if this vehicle is just a random spawn. Somehow, it is going to be SNK that lets this one slide, but the nades are now sent back and forth. Well, actually, he just wants to chill for a little bit. He spots out the rest of Hive, and maybe might just go for the headshot.
Could be. SNK now punished for a late rotation once again. Meanwhile, as for this northern side fight here, Hive and 7 Sky again. We're seeing repeated storylines playing from the previous Erangel all the way till here. And I'm really hoping that this time round, it's a better ending for Hive since they weren't able to survive the onslaught in the end. But as for Yago Galacticos here, Goodfellas may be the team to have won that fight in the end. but cannot hold on, since Young Galacticos will be picking up Chewy in the end. But 6 eliminations, but a 5th place finish is pretty impressive. Now we have our top 4, with Young Galacticos and Hive being the last 2 teams healthy with a 4. 7 Sky and GGZ only with 1. What a way to see Young Galacticos' I would say presence back into this top 4, but the rush through by Hive to disallow Young Galacticos from getting more points here is going to be there. 9 eliminations from 7 Sky though, which is still pretty impressive.
Very, very impressive as a matter of fact. Down towards our Lone Ranger of NGGZ. And the rest of the other squads, very, very healthy, but that will change in an instance with the effort now being displayed from the side of the net as he sprays down over onto the Sia. There's still that smoke gun that can actually create more of a track for them to just lock horns face to face, but the grenades might actually do the trick. An obliterating run from Romeo. And no, I don't think that Hive really has the answers. They're just finding any avenues to just hide out, but everywhere they go, they just they keep getting pinned from inside of YG. YG waited for this moment to just absolutely clear out that real estate. Meanwhile, Hive, they took this opportunity to go all the way south, but looks like Smile is gonna go for a little bit chase to hunt out that final player. I think at this point in time, Ranger might just consider, you know what, I might as well just take myself out so that you don't get to score as much points as you were thinking. Of course, in the nature of competitive spirit, it's not always going to be, oh,
They're chasing.
take yourself out.
Yeah, they're gonna chase here. They're not gonna allow Rage to go out on his own terms. Goes out in the open, gets run over. So a very anticlimactic chicken dinner, but a chicken dinner nonetheless for Yangon Galacticos. A slower style play, but a one that is very, very dominating toward the end. Hell, I was so surprised to see that North side fight, because it felt like both teams had actually put all of their eggs onto one basket to go for this insane 4v4 outside of the zone. Hive possibly getting a little bit too aggressive there, not taking account of the crossfires as well as the presence of where exactly Yellow Galacticos is holding. The layering coming in from this team is too much. I know I say this a lot, but it shows in their style of play. Romeo being that player that always have that nice off angle, that's able to just really abuse corners where his teammates are able to distract from the rest, gives him 4 eliminations. Mernat, the tip of the spear. Say Cloud, that's always from the long range, and Smile, that's just moving around the area, making it hard for teams to figure out who exactly to aim for.
Yeah, I really do love the bait and switch as well, coming from the team where they just basically have great coverage one to another. So that really pays off, as they've been sticking around for a very long time and sticking around some time. We're going to let you enjoy the highlights, and then once you're done, we're going to break it down and eventually move into Miramar.
Crazy work coming in from Young Galacticos into this game, but despite all of that, it feels like in terms of eliminations, everyone is on the board when it comes to those numbers. And GGZ though, with only 4 eliminations, we talked a little bit about them coming back into prime form. Unfortunately for them, trying to ride that high and momentum and trying to go aggressive early didn't work well in their favor. You know what? Turn back the page of that playbook. Go back to that game where you played a little bit more slow early before finally showing us domination. That seemed to be working better. Regardless, they're still consistent enough to survive for that top 4. So still very, very much to see from this team. But Romeo here will be our match MVP. 4 eliminations for him. And the off angle, he abuses. Mwah, chef's kiss.
It really is. And well, I think that we've seen so many seasons where Romeo has always shown that he has been the entire backbone of this YG roster, and he himself can also go for all these high volume of frags given the right opportunities and the tools to do so. Now let's take a look at the entire leaderboard as well, as we do have YG, of course, with their maximum point. It brings them up to 19th. Fall very closely is going to be Hive, so there is still going to be maybe a gap, but there is just chances where Hive could still try to get back on track. Seven Sky, though, I think they've been on the streak. You take a look at that big chunk from those early game pickoffs that has paid them handsomely with those 13 points. Let's take a look at the overall rankings to see whether there's going to be much of a change. I think the major change should be middle pack, because Vix now is top 6, pushing down to 1-4, who's currently not around. And if we take a look at even the side of Seven Sky, they managed to actually get those 62 points going for them. So I'm absolutely happy for the bunch that's been in the top 4.
Yeah, looking really good right now as well. And I have to say, I'm quite happy seeing this. I think from yesterday, just by these 3 maps, and GGZ has pretty much doubled their score from the beginning of the day to make it here. 2 chicken dinners already as well in the past 2 days that they've been playing, looking really good. CSU coming to the top 3, and I like to see that this I would say shift as well coming through. What we saw from day 1, which was Hive putting in that big gap between them and that second placer, while Yangon Galacticos hits back and says, here's our gap for our 3rd day playing. Thank you very much. So this is what we're going to be seeing, a whopping 4 chicken dinners delivered to the screen for all of us as well. But I like the fact that we're still looking very competitive for that mid side as well. It is very much everyone's games. But one thing's for sure though, if you want to see consistency though, you have to really pay attention to those elimination points.
That's right. I mean, overall, YG, they usually do know how to close games, but when you have teams like Hive and everyone else, it's just going to get harder and harder from here on out. But of course, we'll give them some time. We're going to look for a little bit of dinner of our own. We'll see you guys in about 20 minutes.
小僧もっと近くへ来い。
未来神の術、未来神2の段
螺旋丸影分身の術
カトン豪華級の術。千鳥。
それが俺の人道だ。
雷鳴と共に散れ。
しっかり見ててください。
俺は畑かかしって名前だ。
Welcome back, everyone. This is the PUBG Mobile PMCL Fall 2026, and we are in the halfway count of day 3 of week 2. Now, just now we saw some really interesting games. We saw NGGZ sort of show us what they can bring to the table from week 1, but clearly they cannot maintain that usual form, as so many of the teams have started to understand how to play around them. A team that's still very consistent though is still Young Galacticos. A big gap between them in the first place and the second place seed, but at the same time they aren't getting that very bombastic style play or win that they did on day 1 either.
Yeah, I would definitely say that by the end of this week, for the top 3-4 teams, it's all about ranking up all the way to get that bragging rights in order to, of course, show up in the grand finals with maybe a little bit of a head start as an incentive as well. So I guess it does actually matter for a little tad bit. But then again, when it comes down to those that really require the points, I'm afraid that if it's becoming so top heavy, then they're just left for scraps if you don't really be a little bit more proactive in hunting out points. Because if you don't, then teams such as the names that you just mentioned, they're just gonna walk away with not even a single crumb left with those matches. What we saw today has been NGGZ, it's been teams like YG, Hive, they're all showing up in the top 4 consistently already. So that is definitely a cause for concern. But I believe the rest of the party, they are still having some good momentum that favors them as well, where as much as it does fluctuate when it comes down to, round to round performances, but I think, like, at the very least, there's still plenty more avenues. When I say plenty, it's only over the course of this weekend. We're halfway there, but of course, if you guys are fans of Spider-Man, good news, guys. Not only do you have the brand new day movie out in cinemas, you also do have this amazing collaboration with PUBG Mobile, so you guys can check out what all is this about in this brand new version. It is definitely coming pretty soon, and also there's many more PUBG Mobile excitement that awaits you.
Yeah, that's right. Even though we also already have Spider-Man, we also have. Thank you, production. I also want to show this off, please. The Ferrari is already in PUBG Mobile version 4.5 as well. It started off in July, still going on strong. So if you guys want to get this in your own garage, you can do so right now. And if you're making content, don't forget to put the relevant hashtags. It's hashtag PUBG Mobile X, PUBG M, X Scuderia. Oh my god, I can't speak today. Ferrari.
Scuderia.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hashtag Ferrari, hashtag PUBG MX Ferrari, hashtag PUBG Mobile, and hashtag PUBG M450. So be sure to get it while it's around.
That's right. And of course, for you Naruto fans, the anime might be thousands of episodes, but you guys can spend thousands of games with your loved ones, friends, and basically become Naruto yourselves if you want to. Because there's just this brand new game mode, Naruto Ninjas Assemble, where we're having this collaboration with them for you to enjoy not only your favorite battle royale, but you guys could also basically take a ride on that nine-tailed fox and complete some missions all together. It is just so cool to see some of your favorite characters. You have Sakura, Naruto, Kakashi, Sasuke, and many more that is going to be involved. So make sure you guys lock in right now. Get yourselves into that brand new map for you guys to play this gameplay mode. That's out now.
And super exciting stuff as well. I think on top of this Naruto collab, you also have some in-game flares and skins as well that you can also get your hands on. So do look out for that. We've seen some players in-game also be able to show that off. A little bit of a glimpse of the nine-tailed fox as well. Now let's talk a little bit about this final Erangel of the night. Predictions are up. I think you know what I'm going for here. As much as I like to say Elevate had a good start of the day, we couldn't really say so toward the last map that they played. Unfortunately, they weren't able to survive. They were completely swarmed. And in this situation, we're starting to see that week one aggression come online from so many different teams. Now teams are chasing. They're chasing those eliminations. They're chasing those points for placements as well. And it feels almost reckless sometimes, but it works out in so many teams' favors.
Yeah, indeed. And it was just unfortunate, they got hot dropped, they couldn't find the weapons, but that could sometimes be said, an anomaly overall. But when it comes down to if they do have a stable start, I still think that Elevate looks really good. I think out of the things that we voted today, it wasn't exactly CSU's best performance for almost the entire four maps that's been played out. So, well, actually three, because we're only down to the second half. So one more map of Wrangle to maybe change their fate in order to really get back on track. Whereas I think like the others that were listed, TO looks great. They were a part of the top three last round. And then we also saw some moments of excitement coming out from teams like MSI, teams like Elevate, who we talked about it before. That last round was basically scratch, but other games they look good.
Yeah, I think they're starting to find that form, and it's always really good as well. Anyways, NGZ has dropped us a tip on how exactly you want to be playing around that new Naruto Shippuden mode. You can use Flying Raijin Jutsu to escape or engage to a fight with surprise, and it does make sense though if you're a player that loves to go a little bit more aggressive. You can use it as a way to close the gap or even move away, so that's always very, very fun. So do try for yourself in the game mode because this is only around for a limited time. Now, talking again about what's going on in the game, I think we already talked about predictions. We already know what's going to be happening. And so far in your three picks, I think you mentioned a little bit more about Teo, but let's have your thoughts now as we had gone through three maps. Thoughts about Teo so far? Are they on form? Are they what you expected them to be, or is there more that you ask of them?
Well, I think like majority of TO, they usually are late bloomers, and I think like they have been cooking a little bit. We are starting to see them, finishing top three, some in the top fives. Certain rounds maybe getting overwhelmed, but I do think that when it comes down to Miramar, that is their playground as well. We've seen, this team was consisting of former Genesis members, former YG players. Is a star-studded roster, but I think last season's conversation was, is too many cooks gonna spoil the broth? And I think like give them enough time. This is definitely simmering into a really delicious one, if anything at all. And I think that we just got a little taste on the past round. Eventually, if they just a little bit more effort, they should be back into their prime glory days. So surely the comparison is a little bit sketch in the sense where maybe other teams that have been around, like YG, they always have that same formula. Now that they are brought into this team altogether, I just felt like the leadership, whoever the captain is right now, needs to really sharpen some calls in order to make that thing work. Or else, like, you do have some of the most talented a bunch, but if they don't really have a direction, it may not matter too much.
Yeah, I agree with you as well on the calls because it feels like they are just a bit disjointed when it comes to execution and fights. We saw hero plays, some heroes plays, some of them coming in from Lil Yatka, which we haven't seen in the server for the past few days as well. So this is his debut here, and he's already making a big name, but not necessarily the biggest of splashes, because sometimes you do need to be able to empower one another in a squad game. You want to provide that support, either be cover fire or being able to give in those throwables as well, and we're not seeing that coming in from Tio in positions where I think it's a little bit more chaotic. Understandable though, when there's a lot going on, you are going to be focusing on your own game, but at the same time you don't want to be caught in that predicament. I would say that as well, that today's circles haven't been the kindest either. It's very, I would say, heart shifty, so a lot of teams are finding it, very, very hard to kind of pick an area they want to hold on to or rotate to. It feels like they're forced into so many of these fights, but at the same time, these sort of fights can benefit you, especially if you know which pacing you want to go for. Are we going to be prioritizing rushing into that circle for position? Or are we going to go and prioritize these fights? Teams like Young Galacticos and Hive have been really good for that as well. And GGZ had that one round where they had 18 eliminations just by prioritizing positioning. And I feel like they need to go back to that drawing board and go back to that positioning to enable themselves, because they are a team that, granted advantages, they take that advantage and turn it into something very lethal.
Yeah, I certainly think that every single thing that they do has a purpose in the map, where usually if they do have, a really bad space, they will also be smart enough to say, you know what, we can turtle for a little while. We don't really have to really force any form of commitments as well. And GGZ's yesterday run was also very impressive, if I really recall that. It wasn't really a full offense team. Remember, Gerald was being pinched into a space that was badly playable, and they almost 1v3'd. Like, these are some of the things that the only teams of such a caliber, it's just like YG or even Hive, can actually pull through in those kind of situations. Now, I do believe that we are waiting for the lobbies to start. I know you guys are excited for a lot of those action to appear, but of course, give us a little while and we will get this one underway. But do tell us, what were your favorite moments out there in the chat as you guys continue to root for your team as we bring you into more and more of the action. Now, I think there's definitely a lot to check out from the Naruto site, as we've got even more tips and tricks from Time Esports. Whole Rasengan or Chidori for you to run and deal damage while clicking it once may trigger dash and immediate damage. So it's so cool that, you got so many of all these moves that we've always seen from Naruto. Back then, every kid's dream back in primary school was to grow up, maybe become a ninja, so you could just run just like them with your hands folded backwards. And
Oh yeah. I mean, people still are doing it nowadays. I just did
Yeah.
it like 2 days ago. That was pretty fun.
You did? Oh, where did you do
Yeah. We don't talk about that. Yeah. So we don't talk about that. It'd be fun if we had this 5 minutes for the players to hop into one of these servers and then we watch them play the new mode.
it?
Loki, imagine if there was like the first map of the day, they're forced to play the Ninjas Assemble, and then you get to watch them.
I think it'll be pretty chaotic as well if you have like a
Kinda
bunch
fun,
of
right?
streamers basically trying to throw all these ninjutsus at each other, and of course riding the nine-tailed fox all across and just basically causing a lot of chaos. I just think that this is probably one of, if not the best collaboration that we have with any major anime title, and Naruto is worldwide is at least in the top 3 for most people's lists. If it's not top 3, it's top 1.
Okay, that's fair. Anyway, coming back to our collaborations, currently we do have the Spider-Man brand new day collaborations. I was so surprised. I was so surprised to see this collab. I went to the movies to watch this the other day, and I saw this. I saw the PUBG Mobile logo on one of the banners. I'm like, wait a minute, what is this game's logo doing here? I looked a little bit closer. I'm like, there's a collab with Spider-Man for this. That is pretty dope. Also, fun fact, if you went to watch PMPL Malaysia, I believe, the Malaysian casters had a Spider-Man theme yesterday going on for the casters. They had one of the casters wearing the Spider-Man mask, and they inverted the webcam, so you have the upside down Spider-Man, which was hella hilarious. It was like honestly the funniest thing I've ever seen. I love the amount of LARP that's coming through by the caster just for this movie.
It's just so smart. I mean, kudos to him. He's really basically in that moment, and he's just definitely excited for the brand new day. I honestly haven't made myself the time to go to the cinemas to watch it just yet, and if I do, I am afraid that I'll be coming back with some spoilers. I believe that some of you guys have already watched it. Of course, definitely you guys could rate it out. What's the movie like for you guys? Just don't give anyone what's the the contents of the show.
Gwen
Sure.
Stacy dies.
What? Did you just spoil the
What?
whole show?
Yeah, absolutely. Gwen Stacy dies.
I'm pretty sure that was a very different movie, if that's the case.
Well, you said Spider-Man. what do you mean?
It's like, which Spider-Man, like,
Oh, okay. Hang on. I got you. MJ cheats on Spider-Man.
what?
What?
Okay. I don't know what the context is all about. I don't want to know any more about that.
That was the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man.
Oh, right. Well, that was like him turning into that symbiote Spider-Man as well.
Yeah, that was great.
And then you have this huge debate, about, okay, which Spider-Man is the best Spider-Man. I mean, if you were into the comic books, There's so many different variations. There's so much to pick from. But for me, yeah, when it comes down to the movies, I have controversial perspectives of what really is the best, which I will not discuss here before I get
Okay.
flamed by everybody else. Anyways, overall, I have been really enjoying, this whole saga of, the recent actors. Of course, Zendaya is doing a great job, and of course, the entire cast of Brand New Day is just phenomenal, to say the very least. And speaking of which, I guess we're just gonna stare down to this poster until we actually
I love
get
this
things
poster.
done.
Yeah. Just stare at Spider-Man. Okay, I'll give you guys another spoiler. Iron Man dies.
What?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Iron Man dies. Sorry, guys. Big spoiler, by the way.
Why would you do that to people who haven't watched the Avengers?
Anyway, we also have another call out. Oh, production's mad at me. They're like, why'd you spoil that? I'm just kidding. Ferrari's also in the game right now as well, if you guys want to add that to your collection. Listen, I'm not really a car person, so can you tell me a little bit what makes this Ferrari really cool? Because the only Ferrari I know, it's gonna sound really bad, but I only know the
Well-
F1 Ferrari because, the Sepang circuit in Malaysia is coming back.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm definitely rooting for them as well because you got Lewis Hamilton, Charles Leclerc driving for Ferrari as well. But I mean, they're beyond F1. They are a legacy brand overall. It's not just a brand right now. It's basically lifestyle as well. You even have a Ferrari theme park, by the way, somewhere around the world. So there's just so much to check out. Overall, Ferrari is just a legacy of performance. It is basically the symbol of elegance and, of course, just the description of power when it comes down to the automotive world. So that is definitely something that everyone's looking forward to. When you ask, the guy, maybe every guy, if you could choose 5 cars to be in your garage, definitely a Ferrari will be one in it as well. So I do believe that we will have a little bit more time before we get into the match. So I guess we'll take a little bit of a breather and we come back for more action.
All right, guys, welcome back, and sorry for the delay, and thank you so much for waiting. We're finally back into the game for our fourth and final airing goal of this night. Excuse me. Everyone's very, very excited to see what exactly would be the trajectory of this. We've seen different teams conquer this map in so many different ways. But after all, the team that went nuclear on week 1 still hasn't found their form. CSU finally lost their streak of making it consistently to that top 10. And last but not least, we are still seeing Yellow Galacticos provide us a lot of consistency. So at least that's one consistency or constant that we won't be seeing changing up anytime soon. As it is going to be the final airing goal night, let's see how these teams would fare for the mad dash for the points toward the end of the day. Alrighty, let's see how it's gonna go here. And I feel like this is a about to be a very, very interesting flight path. Now, if we were to go toward the last few days, it's been either skewed northwards, circle downwards, etc. Opposites day, if you may. And this time around, it's a Novorep Noye flight path all the way toward Ferry Pier, Primorsk, very, very southern side. So the teams that usually drop toward SMB shouldn't have a problem, but should expect some unwanted visitors. Those that drop toward Yasnaya, Severny, Shooting Range, anywhere to the northern side is going to be kind of annoying. So I am anticipating these early fights to happen, whether you like it or not. I'm trying to see who exactly drops here toward SMB, especially since OV isn't really playing today as well. Usually it's always going to be these two teams, OV as well as YG. Now, these teams knowing that OV not playing, we're gonna know that at least no one is home toward that military base area. We're seeing HYB straight toward prison side. Milta is already fully inhabited by the MSI players. I think Hive might be setting their sights toward Pochinki. I think Pochinki should have more than one team just hanging around that town. And as for the rest here, well, BKE is going to go toward that open area right by Gatka side, but whoever that shows northern side, or at least toward mainland, will have a little bit of value, knowing that the circle is going to be hanging around there as well. Now, earlier, I think we saw HYB and NGGZ being one of the first few teams into that middle side of the circle. HYB wasn't able to hold on to their area. NGGZ did very well. Hive as well was one of the teams that did pretty good in being able to maintain their area control. MSI as well, now that you mention it. And this situation, I'm looking at the map feed once again. It didn't feel like anyone really was met with any other one team. We didn't really see any hot drops either. I think, if anything, it felt like Elevate as well as SNK did decide to try and drop down toward that military base area, but decide not to press the issue. SNK decides to move away instead of pressing forward, which I think is a better option, since every time they have those early fights, it doesn't really work that well in their favor. I think the biggest takeaway for today as well is the fact that teams like NGZ, I think they ended the day yesterday at 12th place, not the highest or biggest impact style that we saw from day one. The Hive had over 90 points, and now they've doubled it and they've made their way all the way to 4th, still unmoved. So it's also really fine to be able to do so and see where they can go for there. I just don't want to see a situation where they kind of just stagnate there and just kind of get complacent.
Yeah, no teams can afford to rest on their laurels right now. Overall, there's just so many of all these opportunities that may have slided from their hands, but they gotta make do with all these rounds that's just left. If you calculate, you only have 3 days of play, including today as well. So tomorrow as well as Sunday, that's the last chance already. You don't want to wait till then in order to make effect of what's left. So definitely it is a very high pressure situation for those who are right now maybe nearer to the bottom than those who are maybe on the upper echelon from 10th and above. So I gotta give commends onto teams that have been able to make these kind of good hurdles. ABC, Elevate, Seven Sky, they're looking at least in the better shape.
Interestingly enough as well, despite knowing that the circle was more toward mainland instead toward SMB, despite that flight path, we're not seeing a lot of movement either. And we also saw a lot of teams after they dropped down toward that western side of the map immediately made a beeline all the way top side. CSU actually went on a whole trip all the way toward Georgia Paul just to be able to meet and go to their usual drop spot. That's how much dedication they have and loyalty they have toward those drop spots as well. But also to make sure they don't go or meet into those early fights, prioritizing safety, prioritizing being able to loot, and prioritizing something a little bit more constant just to really start that game, I think, in a more familiar manner.
Yeah, I think like whatever they had as a game plan initially, it's more about making small adjustments than to make some really drastic ones. Because if let's say you have a coach, you have a analyst of giving you all these kind of ideas, you can only implement so much on every game that does not give you a clear picture of how the game will end, which enemies that you might be facing every other round. So it is definitely a lot of deep planning that goes through. Yes, you should listen to your coach as well as analysts, but you need to adapt on the fly as well. We'll see what fits the puzzle best in every given scenario. So I think like the teams that are performing so far is that they have a very flexible playstyle that they can actually stick with, where they also do have ample of talent. That's another thing as well. I think like we have immense talent across the board. It's just that sometimes they kind of get uh into this mental block where they just don't really know what's really the best call to rotate when, where, or to do a certain action, which is kind of what causes some teams to have some kind of stump along the way. So take a look at the updates. It's so cute to actually see some of all these booths. You even have like those portable washrooms that's available. These are all the nice stuff that is now available on the corners of the pop gun. Now it makes me want to make this as my main city to drop.
That's very fun to be able to do that. Oh my gosh, I was saying in a bit in the beginning of the game after the flight path that we are going to be seeing hot drops, we are going to be seeing fights. How the heck do we have a more passive lobby with barely any teams meeting? Young Galacticos this time around a little bit faster on the rotation. Usually they're the type of team that takes a little bit more of that last minute rotation to the zone, likes to play right at the end of the blue, catching those later rotators and really being able to stab teams in the back because they're so distracted by the teams in front of them. And this time around, they're the ones that crossed the bridge first out of all the other teams on top of SMB. Look at that mad dash toward the middle side of that zone. It is honestly crazy. Seven Sky and ABC crossing by side, but no one's really looking to lean into these early fights. No one's really, never mind, talk too soon. As a 2C on CK will be that first blood taken out of this map. Yeah, ABC can't do much. You can't even save your teammate here. So you're gonna you have no choice but to be happy as a 3-member team. And Seven Sky on a rampage today. Anything that moves in their peripheral vision will be shot at. They're very proactive with these fights, with these engagements as well. You don't want to cross them. They're as aggressive as teams such as Young Galacticos or even Hive when you do cross them in a situation that it is advantageous for them to go for these fights. You won't get out unscathed.
Yeah, I do believe that a lot of these teams right now, they are really parking themselves into some of really strong locations so that they can play the mid game well. But as for Snooker Esports, as well as another team that's currently in battle, Elevate Holy, they're just looking to start the gates with this beautiful knock. Prime with a perfect grenade cooked from the side of Say, as he will finish the job really swiftly. It's interesting to note that they actually took the sweet time to be inside of Sinoska military base, while Holy, Say, as well as Smoke will be able to really close things out nice and swiftly. Still one more member left, and it's going to be Meow Meow. We've seen him clutch before, but the grenade is not going to connect, though. Unfortunately,
Okay,
I don't think there's anywhere else you could run.
No, I don't think so at all. Holy Smoke and the rest of Elevate already on a rampage. 3 eliminations as we start off the game strong. Looking to play catch up after that, I would say, upset in the previous map. Holy Smoke not able to rush forward to get that final pick off though. Will take a bit more damage thanks to the Molly. but still okay to take their time. They went huge here just at SMB. They were very, very patient. This later rotation gave them a lot of dividends. And the circle once again shifted to the right. So the option for Elevate, just take this western bridge, maybe drive in toward Pochinki is not impossible. But personally, for me, granted, I mean, for us, we can see everything, right? We know what's happening on the map. If they can find a way to go through that eastern bridge and somehow make it through, it'll be massive. As for Hive, huge pickup onto MSI, the team that was making so much noise, taking away that first blood in the beginning of the map.
Yeah, overall, I think like it's just a usual protocol. The moment that if you really want a location, you just gotta really fend for it, and it was a very clean assault coming in from the side of Hive. Now they get to take charge because that is just direct center of plenty of all these areas where it's kind of like a 50-50 right now that they're bargaining with. Whether if it goes a little bit more eastern side, covering towards the farm area of play, it still benefits Hive. If it goes further on those lumber yards on the opposite side of the hill, they could quickly rotate as well. So they could basically just pick and choose wherever they really want to send those pot shots onto. As for NGGZ, they say, you know what, we're just going to be singing in this bunker of the shelter, and this gives us a lot of room for defense and also a little bit more of the proactive play to wiggle around to see what's happening on top of the hills. You can also look at the Medusa intersection where teams will be bypassing the members of NGGZ. If it does turn out to be a shelter ending, they are already in the lead if that's ever going to be the case. But that's a story for much later on. While we take a look at ABC, they are going very close towards the side of Hive. Well, when I used to manage teams, a lot of them have discussed about this compound because you have this high ground right here that you could still use this to punish those players who are inbound. And there are ways that you could still crash through, just like how Hive did earlier, to overwhelm those players initially of SNK, I do believe, or it was somebody else. But overall, there's still going to be a little bit more of a smooth sailing right in the first two stages. But after stage 3, that's where things get a little bit more crazy across the map feed, where we'll see names that start appearing. There goes Swam now getting another catch onto CSU. And CSU so far, it was just not their day. Even with the late rotation, they are being caught out from the south. And there's honestly no entry point. This is the reason why YG moves early, because they want to book those spots up above Milta.
Great call. Really good stuff as well. They didn't really have to venture too far away from the SMB either. They just hung around there, take their time, and the circle came to them. So honestly, great prediction as well. Now, the Matt Dash is here. We hear some gunfire coming around. With SNK being the only team out of the game so far, it's still going to be very, very competitive. There we go. Young Galacticos finds Zero. Immediately sends them to the lobby. And now you also see CSU just crossing by here. ABC with Zero already out of the game. And CSU, if CSU does decide to come into the area, it's going to be a little bit more problematic for them in terms of how exactly they want to go for this fight. Xiaojia did a very risky move, opening door, going out there wide in the open just to get some information. But I get it though. Lack of information keeps you antsy. You have no clue how close these players are, how exactly you should be holding on to these corners and angles. But again, since it's so early in the game, no one really wants to commit for these 4v4s, especially toward Milta. And the Milta terrain is unforgiving, especially if you don't have that high ground. If you are going in for a 4v4, a full committed fight, you have players such as Marnet or Smile that are just really good at sniping away third-party situations.
Yeah, that's the reason why it's such a powerful play. YG has the right read, they have the right calls to do just about that, so that they can eventually receive that funnel. But it will eventually come. It's just not the right time just yet for them to be all too active. Phase 4, Phase 5 is where they will farm out, while Issei getting some really nice pot shots towards the side of Goodfellas. They're taking out a few of the Bruneians in just one swing. Now it only leaves 2. Meanwhile, Romeo getting on another one on the block as VKS have one punish. That will be the very first point. Elevate so far after that a battle over on the south. I wonder where would they enter though, because they are very late to the scene. We have yet to actually see them make their passage into the mainland so far. So there was still some coverage over onto the bridge, which may still be unoccupied. So we will expect them to be around those kind of areas down south over onto Milta. As for Hive, it's going to be a turtle stance. The rest of VKS, the moment they drive by, you can see shots now being fired back. And even down towards shelter, there was NGGZ. So VKS has to pick their poison. And there's just so many smokes now being burned up. I'm afraid that may be costly for them towards the late game if they should even have a late game at all.
BKS getting very, very active here. They're hoping to pull away the crosshair from his teammates to be able to make something happen. But hard to do so when you're only around as a 3. One of your teammates are already so very low. The presence of Hive also makes you question whether or not you want to commit to this fight. You have NGGZ close by. HYB is here as well. So now VKS finally throws those nades. Finally puts in a bit of chip damage. Again, the lack of info and that pressure makes it hard to go for a full commit. And as for Elevate, well, let's just try and move away, make a bit of space. We don't have to fight this. Opting to go straight into the zone instead of hanging around the blue, which is way better. And they didn't take too much damage out of that rotation as well.
Yeah, thankfully they're still pretty much
Spoke too
hanging
soon.
on. And when I say hanging on, basically by threat at that. Meanwhile, as they do make their entry, though, there's just swarms coming in with the hovercraft, and they're not wasting any time at all. BKE, they're out for blood, but it is to their own demise.
Wait, what?
Wait, they're the ones that wiped out YG instead. They weren't ready. Oh, that was quite the upset that BKE just crushed them in one full sweep.
What the heck is going on? As for Master Ichi, well, you're barely alive. A sneeze could take you out, but he still stands up. He still doesn't falter. Gives a lot of space and cover fire for his teammates, even getting a secure pickoff. And HYB will be the next team to follow suit with only one elimination as well. Honestly shocking to see YG lose that. They were the first into the zone. They had so much time to prepare for the onslaught, but they were not, I would say, ready to deal with the aggression dealt by BKE. Perhaps a bit more than they can chew, perhaps not expecting how much firepower this team would have. But a team that's ready is NGGZ though this time. Fueled by fire and also aggression here. They've hung out for quite some time over toward this compound and this terrain. They did trade blows with another team just now, opting to just stay around the blue. But for NGGZ, it's not going to be the cleanest of passages to get into the zone. Gonna have to cross by 2 teams. The possibility of TEO, knowing this, 3 players are going to be around is going to be known. So opting to go for a longer rotation through the blue. Maybe toward Milta is where they're going to come through, but KE is currently occupying the area.
Yeah, I like that they actually wrap around the blue zone in order to keep themselves safe since they only have 2 members. And that is a dangerous nade and followed up very swiftly. This is actually coming in from MSI, so a third party's involved. NGGZ on high alert as well. They don't really want a full charge because they know there is another team inbound. So they have to deal with both sides at the very same time. But the good news is that Chewy is now needing a little bit more time to get those resets done. So that nade might be able to settle it, but not just yet though. Good fellas, they're lucky to stay afloat for now because NGGZ kind of backpedaled a little bit. Meanwhile, MSI, they have a lot of grounds up over the hillside, but with the brand new update of the zone, this is where they find themselves by the outskirts. And like you said, you know, like if YG held better, it could have been theirs for the taking because BKE right now reaps all the rewards after winning out the one side of the fair fight. Meanwhile, over the south side, there's nobody else going to Milta for some reason. And that was a little bit peculiar because KE now takes charge of that city.
Yeah, a lot of space as well. But I also understand the predicament. It is a low ground. It also is, you know, some compounds area as well. being in an urban setting is very uncomfortable, especially when you don't have that information that hold as well. You want to move through any area. It's basically a trap. But as for Elevate, they're still alive and kicking. Holy Cram does find one just now, that kill feed. As for MSI, keeping a close eye onto the good fellas that did manage to snag one chicken dinner today as well. But they're having trouble replicating that success with only one member left alive. They don't have any elimination points either, and that is the worst way you want to go out.
Big fight now erupting between Seven Sky as well as Hive International. Both just looking to dock by the corners of the wall, but the nades are much better coming out of Ramon. Despite the knock connecting over onto his members, he's just fighting tooth and nail just to try to bring him back alive. Now the smokes are being deployed. A little bit of a haggle room for him to just pop that medical kit, and he will be back to 100%. Now he storms right through. There's a golden chance, but he is playing with fire here, trying to look for Champ right through the smoke. He just gets the knock once again. Now go for the swing. Champ still gets the job done. And that is going to be a big rescue. Hive, they will not be able to hold on for much longer. Meanwhile, on the other edge though, Elevate looking for an infiltration into the shack, but on the outskirts, it's KE getting involved.
All right, here we go. Elevate, despite already losing one member, still very, very aggressive. And as for Seven Sky, now in trouble. Only 2 eliminations with 0 placement points. VKS looks a little bit more aggressive and a little bit more scary right now compared to the beginning of the day. 5 eliminations for Elevate. Holy Crab needs to be saved, but unfortunately can't do so, can't think so either. The nades coming from GC is just different right now. Kim may be out, but it doesn't mean that the firepower has already been crippled. 4 eliminations for GC as well, looking to really just claw their way to the top side of that leaderboard as well. But now, as the time shifts, there's not a lot of space to work with either. Yeah, GC does have a compound there, but if say that the shift does happen, have to cross through VKS, and as for KE, well, none of the buildings will be in their favor. But thankfully for them, since no one is kind of camping around inside of the compounds, they should be able to cross in safely. It's just a matter of how exactly they want to go into that wide open area, because they do still have to climb up that terrain.
Yeah, I think if there is a couple of vehicles that they do have parked around the city area, they might be able to do that, just about that. As for GC, though, maybe a little bit more of a white wrap might be able to allow them that kind of space. The only problem is ABC. How long will they be overlooking on that open space? While VKS, they're just basically on their bellies the entirety of the time. There's crazy Yang! Oh my goodness, where was that coming from? Amura, out of nowhere, lands a lucky toss. Now that also gives a little bit more of an edge as KE. They have decided that it is the golden opportunity for them to now chime in as well. A 2-2 split, also getting spotted out, and Renix Tova, he's planted all the way to the roof in order to find this mark up against campus.
This high ground is giving him so much vantage points, so much information. Gives an idea on where exactly they want to mark, and gives an idea how exactly they want to approach these fights as well. If someone does shoot back, all they have to do is just keep their head down, wait for these fights to happen. Here comes Nade, a bit too wide. As Amora, baby, still being so annoying to deal with. Only 2 players left for that team, but they're doing well with 4 eliminations in that bag. At the very least for GC, they do have a vehicle. They can go into the vehicle and rotate northwards. Could be problematic. Yeah, exactly that. If they get tagged in from the players of VKS, there's the Nate to go for 1. Tova barely alive right now. Swam as well. The Nate comes through. And Lil Wangs is the one to get a barbecue there. A pickoff. Leaving only this team in a situation where they need to go for a reset. One more time, they brought them back, but immediately knocked down again as KE looking to just fully go for this aggressive push. And it's perfect timing as well, knowing that the teams are crippled, barely alive. Could be in great position to steal away these eliminations. KE has been far too quiet throughout the entirety of this early game. They've already collected 6 in the chaos of the rotations, which is just amazing given that how they've been able to reposition themselves. Now here comes, whoa! The hovercraft, but that nade is there, so he didn't really have to do anything there as well since they're all just so tunnel vision toward his teammate. But Swam still tries. Perfect nade onto Mad Dog, puts him down, but still have to worry with the other majority of the team. 2 more players of KE to deal with still. But none of the GC players are going to move quite yet. But this gives a bit of space for the GC players as well as KE players to go for a top up.
Yeah, Swam is all alone though, so this is going to be a very tough call for him to try to wiggle or even haggle for any area play. The blue zone's right behind his back. He heals just in the nick of time, but I believe there's just no other way out than to really try his level best to clear the entirety of KE. Even KE struggling with this stage 7 zone, I don't think this is enough for them to bear out. So that's one more toss, and he knows that there's no other areas that he could hide. Find that grenade from those dead bodies, and he will be able to just settle the scores. As for GC, I think they really were very unlucky in this stance because of the presence of ABC. It did not allow them to move further north, even if they want to. So they had to subscribe to the fight, and then what makes matters worse is the arrival of KE. That was just perfect timing for the team to really claim all the points. Like you said, that brings it to 9 at the moment, while we have another one picking Blues over onto the south side. Was a last call coming in from the side of Terra Esports, but 3 members are way too much for him to take out. And here comes the rain of grenades from BKE. They're almost shredded apart. Barely any health force left for the side of South.
Oh no, South K does finally get picked off in the end. I see! Barely alive and finally does get hit by that splash damage. BKE looking nasty this game. Felt like they were a whole different team after being able to overwhelm Yangon Galacticos. As for KE though, Mad Dog still tries to put damage, and he does. Rare does fall. Still have to worry about the other few members on that top side. And it's good that they're doing that. You give space for your teammate to be able to go for that pickup, but they're taking too much time, which gives ABC that time to go for that reset and reposition one more time. ABC can either wait this out or they can jump out as a 2 for a nice crossfire to be able to pick off the last few members of KE on that bottom side. Gonna start off with that nade that does chunk down a little bit of the HP, but no more than that. But KE also answers back, and then GGZ, that nade hits them, nearly takes out one of the players, but that off angle, Kane was able to just really abuse it. Oh my god, BKE with the nade still rampaging around, and even NGGZ cannot deal with this rampage.
It's just nades galore from the side of BKE. They absolutely nailed everybody down in such a manner that it is unstoppable. Same goes to the side of KE. They storm right through, weaken the side of ABC, and now completely takes over. 3 versus 3. Fair fight. Meanwhile, BKE wasted no time. They send Baby 1 sec to go in for the face check. But that grenade bounces on the wall campus. He knows the trajectory. He has calculated it all too well. Advantage now over on the side of KE. Mad Dog Mouse goes for the hunt. Sprays connecting. 1 member left alive. There is still 1 more on the outskirts with Frenzy. It's all down to Frenzy now. He needs to make a play, but he cannot do it. It's the Bond, and now it is going to be the finishing touches. The reset might come true. It may still be a 2 versus 3.
Sprays are there. The pressure is there as well. KE looking good. Mad Dog doing the most. I love seeing how this team is able to just really change a bad advantage into a good one. Bad advantage? A disadvantage, sorry. It was really great to see how they were able to take away that space from ABC, to be able to see how meticulous they were in just really trying to force ABC to walk into their crosshairs instead of walking into the trap set up by them as well. Patient as heck, knowing how BKE likes to play aggressive. They swarm after that, looking real good. KE, you're finally online.
I'm glad to really see them really showing their former self. They've always been able to really have big clutches as well as big moments. Although they were basically silent for almost the entire course of the week, they finally get a fresh perspective of how they used to dominate tournaments by having such massive swings. And what I liked about this round is that all teams that were taking battles, it was in the 4 versus 4 format. And in those 4 versus 4, it didn't matter to KE. They took their chances. You saw when they had that late rotation coming from Milta, they immediately took on 2 teams that were in the midst of the battle, and that was a great call with the hovercraft to crash through, allowing them to receive all the info that is hard to gain in towards the smokes. And it was the Vaughn, Campus, Bathdog, everybody had a little something to offer.
All right, here we go. The shift we wanted to see. KE takes that top spot with a whopping 16 eliminations. If you ask me if I expected this team to pop off this hard, I would say probably not. But here we are. 16 eliminations should really push them up the ladder, but they're not just the only team that's doing well right now. BKE joining them up there as well on the ranks with 9 eliminations. MSI still making an appearance here in the top 4, and NGGZ, despite not having their usual amount of eliminations, still surviving as a 4. And they're looking very, very good in terms of, I would say, changing up the way they play and just slowing it down. Didn't work again after that chicken dinner they were able to get, but still great work coming in from them. But Davan X will be our MVP, 6 total eliminations just by himself.
Yeah, ridiculous work rate coming in from this gentleman out here. But I would basically say KE together as a squad, they look very, very strong. You saw the coordination, you saw how they basically layer their attacks all together in order to just overwhelm multiple enemies at one go. I think that it really is very suiting of their name, basically standing for kill enemy. So this big round rewards them with 26 points, so much so that this is probably almost double from some of the work that they've done from yesterday or so. And finally they get to have a little bit more of that breathing space to slowly top up a couple of rounds to be in close proximity to break into the top 16. As a matter of fact, with this chicken dinner, this should actually send them even higher than such, because they're now sitting at number 6 at the moment with a total of 86 points.
And Yellow Galacticos still very high up there. It doesn't feel like they're getting really, I would say, competed? A challenge for that top spot. As a CSU as well, been very, very quiet for the past few maps, which means that the gap between second and third place as well is massive. Now, we still have another 2 more Miramar maps to go, so do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
And here we go into the penultimate round of Miramar as we do dive into another crucial matchup as we are already seeing the rise of the teams. KE took a big one on the final match of the Wrangle. May they bring that momentum here is a different story because this is where you see teams such as MSI, they shine bright, but can they do that once more?
That's a good question, actually. Can they? It's not gonna be easy, especially since many teams have started to really find their groove throughout the entirety of today. Having another team join the roster of teams that did manage to get chicken dinners is also going to be KE as well. I'm excited to see how this map is gonna go. I hope you guys are feeling the same way.
All right, as much as the sun have already set across the Pacific, but it's always sunny right here in Miramar as we will start things off here nice and easy over onto Valdemar as well as Campo Militar. Now, with such a trajectory of flight, I believe everybody really would get their favorite spot. The interesting notion is that this is one of the first few times we actually see YG dropping very low into the corners of Valdemar, but very likely is because they will find those vehicles to move into El Pozo. So they just want to get those head starts in, and they might even opt to just basically loot up from the city and get a full stock of gear before they journey up north. And if it does actually shift south side, it might benefit some of these teams out there, not just YG. We see Elbit inside of Chumachera as well. Now, we're seeing even dragons appear. Really cool stuff coming from the side of Kate.
That's pretty sick, actually. That's really, really sick. Okay, now coming in here. Okay, by the way, I meant sick like in a good way, not a bad way. Coming back to what I'm saying here. You know, seeing a YG drop off early, I'm wondering what their idea about this map is going to be here. What kind of rotation you're going to go for. One thing's for sure though, if you're dropping early at the very corner of the map, I can already anticipate later rotations. It's just a matter of how soon they want to rotate and how aggressively they want to take this. Now over to Monte Nuevo, look at how much space ABC has. Even Power Grid fully in the control of KE. Everyone's feeling very confident and very aggressive. That is the energy brought in by the good fellas there. Chewy, great for the opening pick, and they want to go for more. Finds a good timing onto a player of GC, but Chili Put, despite being so low, puts in the damage with that shotgun. And I am surprised that the good fellas are still willing to challenge this angle despite knowing the tight corners and the big spray that you can get from the shotgun. Nasty work.
It was just so dicey the moment that they try to push in all together and they just notice, okay, maybe we just gotta wait it a little bit longer. And he does actually get the resets true, but he still needs to keep his eyes onto Chiliput. Great notion coming from Chewy, a player that has at least played on the C Games level, representing, of course, his own region altogether. Good fellows, though, they are taking their time, but they have been able to conquer this vicinity. So, with the rest of GC not being around this corner, this is rather concerning as well, because there's no sight of Crazy or even Renix. Maybe they might be able to contribute, and that grenade holds the rest of these good fellas back.
Yeah. Good thing that they're able to just really try and challenge this, because you're in a position that you are precariously at that 16th place. You don't want to go down too far. There is still a few more days to play catch up, but who wants to be that far down? Ranix Tova takes a lot of damage from that nade. So the good fellas are going to take a step back, gonna reset one more time. But the thing is, it's so soon in the map. And in this situation, I don't think a lot of these players had managed to fully go and loot up quite yet. There are some really good vests as well as helmets, but in terms of the, I would say, weapons, not the best. In terms of throwables, not many either. The longer this fight draws out, the worse it is for both teams.
I certainly agree with that. I mean, overall, having an SMG is good enough in such a tight corner where you just really want to take some really big swings when given the opportunity to do just that. And thankfully enough, even for the good fellas, they still have a little bit of stock left. That's the final grenade in hand, so he's gonna wait for the right moment to utilize that to full effect. Anticipating a big march coming in from the side of GC, hearing out those footsteps. Shaco's actually just hugging on the other corner of the wall. They're just hoping one of the GC members pry open the door and be greeted with a massive surprise. Now he spots movements up the rooftops. I don't think Shaco has fully noticed. He just wants to ensure that he gets a pan. Maybe there's just one lucky block that he could cover up from. But he's exposed, though. Okay, this is bad news for the good fellas.
Waiting very patiently here. In this situation, there's not a lot more you can do. While this very, very prolonged fight goes around here, I am curious to see who exactly is still around the area and what exactly is going to be happening, because we are at Hacienda del Patron. It's been there for quite some time. There we go. The first shot coming through here by Chiliput, but nothing will be connecting. Tio is also very close by here. I would be kind of surprised if Tio decides not to join in on this fight. Chewy takes a bit of chip damage as well. Again, it's still so early with not a lot of, I would say, utility and supplies that both of teams still have. But Renix Tova finds the perfect situation. But the thing is, Shins also will find his own pickoff as well. But the spray is coming in from Chewy is just nasty. Chiliput from the top side here finds an off angle. Position's not noted yet, but he can't find a lot of value from that space. Will be forced off the top side here. And Wisp, I'm wondering, you have a little bit more of supplies than a top up. What are you gonna do? You know where the position of that one more player is. You just don't know how to deal with it. But in this situation, you took way too long to do anything. At that point, I would have sort of just legged it just to survive a little bit longer on this map.
Yeah, I certainly would say that it wasn't the wisest of idea coming from the side of GC, because the first thing that they were dealt with was Chiliput was all alone to deal with multiple members. And then once they lose one, they still actually sent two more to try to commit towards the fight, which was pretty much done and dusted the moment that GFS have been able to basically secure 3 blocks out of Hacienda. If you were to at least have good control of one, it is still doable, but that was unfortunately the case for the side of GC. At the very least, they claimed 1 point, not walking out empty-handed. As for the rest of the map, they have been safe and sound. They have not really moved too far off from where they first left off. Like you did actually commented onto, areas like Power Grid. One such popular key area to really take control of the central ground is to really climb up towards this rocky terrain. And somehow he's got his bike parked up there. Well, not exactly a bike, a buggy, excuse me. ABC, we're seeing better days for them, but they've always been floating into each match with good numbers. I would say an average of 5 points per round is safety measure for them to maintain the order. But the only concerning part for now is that Elevate is just 1 point away from tying the knots. And if my record serves me right, it does seem like Elevate might be just will be able to take over just by the difference of points alone when it comes down to priority on ranks. So it doesn't really matter. It's 1 point, very playable for the side of ABC to basically get a little bit more. It's just that the rounds coming from Wrangle kind of have hurt some of these teams out there. As for Hive, we see them took the lead initially today after Game 2, but Game 3, 4 onwards, not exactly the best one. So YG, after taking a big leap, it feels like it's going to be a little bit tough to chase, even for the likes of CSU.
Now Galacticos here on the southern side. Ooh, side by side with ABC, super close by. Circle will shift, hard shift to that right side there. So the southern side fight will be very, very fun to watch. I'm excited to see how this teams from Los Leones actually deal with this as well. Granted, it is also an urban area. Should be very fun to do so. But for Hive, they're looking just really make a beeline toward the zone. This time around, no hesitation for them. Very proactive with the space, but MSI has their number, puts in that damage. Range barely alive from that encounter. So now the last few shots come through. Does it clip? Yes, it does. There's a knock. And Issei looking very happy with this predicament. As for Master Lion, there's just so many isolated 1v1s happening from these two teams from different parts of the map. But at the very least, Boy bought a lot of time to have Pretzel rotate through. But at the same time, FV also close by as well. And Pretzel not aware that another person was watching him, so immediately lobbied. There's one big impact maker taken out of your team. And the top side here also is South K. What the heck is this layering to be able to come through and choke the team from multiple angles? Hive, unlucky.
Very unlucky, and we talked about how strong MSI are in this map. They just know that area like the back of their hands, and they just rock up the wrong territory at the wrong time. And there's just nothing that could basically stop the rest of these MSI members. 4 points just like that. We see Hive having another slow day out. One more map remaining for the course of our Friday run. Well, so far, I think the Friday has been pretty chill, at least. For the rest of CSU, I believe we see a little bit of knocking coming in from another angle. And now we see a deep dive down. Elevate Holy, they won blood. And who knows if they will also spill theirs at the very same time. Big damage now done. Over onto Amura as Say goes for that catch. Lion coming in to also chime in with his own effort. But VKS, they are boxed right in. They don't really get those angles true despite having an intel.
Yeah, and Elevate is just coming in from different angles. They have the top side of this compound in their control as well. A bit of smoke just to give a bit of space for Elevate's member to get picked up there. But no one overstepping, everyone being very, very safe. Would try and play off together, but Amura will not be picked up. And that's dangerous. It's rare for us to see Amura being that first player to get taken out first. Now as for Shifu, Noti, as well as Lil Wangs, looking really sketchy. Not a lot of space to work with. Holy Say crosses despite getting tagged. And now, the wait and the push. Oh my gosh, Lil Wang's probably a pixel out of place. Shifu Noti from top side here does do and go for a pre-fire. Cannot do more. There's 3 people just pre-firing right at him. No utility to work with. And a swing, a 3-way swing even to secure the round. VKS at 14th. And Elevate this time definitely learned the hard way from their past mistakes.
Oh boy. I mean, we're just getting eruptions of close quarter combat despite this to be known as, you know, the sniping territory, the sniping playground. MSI was doing just that, but because of how it all unfolded, I love the way that Elevate just says, you know what, it doesn't matter if we're just going to be sitting around, so might as well take those fights and just be confident about it, and that rewarded them with the full points. Meanwhile, ABC running through the outskirts, and oh, the final tag was straight to the head from Say Cloud. Insane work coming out of this gentleman, and now straight in towards the close quarter combat. Grenade now cook up in hand. Moang looking to respect that, but he still soaks a chunk of it, forcing out the med kit so early, and now here comes Bernat to also join in the party. He hasn't really gotten involved, so Say Cloud says, okay, bro, I'm just gonna back you up. If anything happens, you're just gonna help me soak, and I could basically take the swing. Now, Moang, what's he gonna do here? Yeah, they've already been able to set foot inbound. He's just climbing up towards the staircase. It's only a matter of time. They're prepping up those nades, throwing them by the corner of the window pane, and that one almost landed. Moang still could basically dodge it like it's nothing. Oh boy, this guy must have actually been to the realm of the Matrix right now. Moang might be up to something, but it's not enough.
Galacticos dotting their I's, crossing their T's here. Could have looked very, very dangerous. Thankfully, you have Smile on a angle on the outside of the area. So the reset comes through for eliminations in the bag for this team. And I'm really hoping we're not seeing the same story as before. Regardless of whether or not the story was a win, a lose, or a chicken dinner, Young Galacticos knows what type of game they want to play. They know the momentum and the aggression and how far they want to rotate and position. And it's always still going to be at the very edges of the zone. Not always they get like the value out of it, but this time around, showing aggression early means that they're in a position or they want to be able to go for to farm these eliminations. At the very least, if the zone does not favor them, they will be able to get those elimination points, just really bolster them in terms of points. Now, CSU previous map didn't get the best of endings, didn't have the best of days even today. Very, very quiet. And it feels like they want to change that. First of all, it's going to be this fight up against SNK, but it's Jimmy that wins it. Peng knocked down. Hongs hasn't been seen. The circle shifting toward them. The pressure is a lot. The cook of the nade will come through, and Hongs doesn't even need it since Magic does have a different angle to give the support to his teammate. Now, another one goes to fall as well as CSU got completely dismantled. And I'm questioning what the heck happened here. They were so disjointed from one another, allowing this 1v1s to happen. So unaware. And Hoshuan, we've seen you do magic on day one. You're gonna have to do it again, buddy.
Yeah, that was just a straight up domino effect, one after another. Like, they gotta really plan things out if they really want to take charge of any battle. And they even saw their members have fallen, and yet again, they're like only sending like what, one unit? That's not enough at all, because you take a look at the rest of the squad. They are just fighting 4-on-4 all the time. We have, of course, further confirmed that CSU have received no points whatsoever. It has been probably one of the toughest bow outs from both the top 2 and top 3 teams so far. And within the span of stage 4, we're already losing 5 teams at the moment. GFS, they're looking to really have a unshakable hold, but it is going to be Mad Dog here going with the DPS shells. Somehow with that spray, that still count as headshot. Excuse me? Okay. I guess it works out at the end. KE got towards the roof. Chewy, here's some footsteps, but I don't think he suspects all too much, but he's not really covering his back at the very same time. YG goes in for punishment. Meanwhile, MSI, they go blow for blow. Devon now with the JS. And with one massive nade, that's good enough.
Yeah, the good fellas. 5 eliminations, but not the worst ending in the world thanks to that 5. Now for KE, still continuing their deep run here, hoping to see whether or not they can chain and redo and replicate that success they did in that previous map. KE, a lot of space to work with, so aware of the positions of the other team close by. HYB close by there. And honestly, I really wanted to see an HYB day. They've been a bit more quiet. They haven't been doing so much. They've been more toward the positioning, but hasn't been able to hold on. And a big part of this whole tournament is to be able to do so. They got dismantled so easily. It's kind of disappointing, but again, this is a new map, might be the mental reset they need, and I'm trying to see what exactly will be their plan from here on out, especially since this area is in the middle of the circle. There's terrain, there's compounds, and the presence of BKE, NGGZ, and KE there. Is their answer back just hunker down, or are we going to at least try and get a straggler or 2?
Yeah, I mean, they could fancy some opportunities by taking some jiggle peeks from time to time, but more often than not, even if they do peek now, it's only going to cause wear and tear towards vests, helmets, because there's just too many compounds that they could just basically hide out from one to the next. At least with the top 3 teams gone, it's a little bit of a reprieve for the rest of the party to finally get the amount of points that's required. MSI, though, they're looking scary. I mean, they're already hitting 88 points. It's only the tiebreaker right now that puts KE slightly higher. Well, MSI, we just got to see how do they move around the map, because this is where they will have to leave the crater, leaving them a little bit more vulnerable. As for the rest of KE, they might allow some chances to pass, so south side looking absolutely clear, but if they were to drive further in, there is 7 Sky waiting on the southeast.
A lot of aggression coming here as well. Bit of chip damage coming into the players of MSI, but the swarm coming in from Elevate is just nasty. Elevate, despite taking a lot of damage to get into the area, still undeterred, still pushes, and Holy Crab pays for his life, immediately lobbied. As for the rest of the team here, in no shape or form to be able to take this fight. Forced to move back off the area. Elevate feels very, very desperate. Hoping to find some form of cover, underestimating the positioning that MSI was able to have. Master Lion also gets a pick off of his own, and Elevate is just torn to pieces. Every single one of them are going to fall eventually. It's all down to one. Can he at least cripple down the members of MSI? And the answer is no. That's an 11th elimination for MSI. And this is a more aggressive look for them today. I like this look. It's aggressive, it's decisive, and most importantly, look at that positioning.
They finally remember who they are. That's what matters. After winning out that chicken dinner, they have finally understood, okay, we've been playing it this way even in the past that brought success, and now with those new adaptation, this is just an awakened KE that teams have feared back in the days. And now I think they are absolutely shaken to share that space, share that lobby all together. And it looks relatively quiet inside of Minas Generalis. I would have actually expected a little bit more fights to take place in this entire hill. You got the factory grounds, you got the top end, and of course you have the constructions as well as warehouses to hide out. Speaking of warehouses, Miner drives straight to it. Mad Dog, he wasted no time. He's got his barrel just pointed out, so that's just gonna be easy tags. As much as I say so, is there a chance where Migs could do something about that? Mad Dog now being pummeled from the outskirts. South answers again with a headshot.
I'm now keeping a close eye on the members of TEO. Gerald needs to be picked up. Red is barely alive. Gerald's doing a good job, though, of somehow managing to avoid all of those straight bullets. There's not a lot of space toward this left side of the map. It's actually insane how much teams, or how many teams are on the left side just because of the terrain and the compounds. The right side, surprisingly, is fully in the control of SNK. So much space to work with. And Seven Sky, toward the southern side, they have only a small little area to work with, but it's enough. Now, some shots come through, a bit of damage to NGZ. You could tell how much pressure they're facing right now. And the circle will centralize. So everyone will have to eventually move forward. The fight that we're about to see is going to be fun. HYB, I think, is the winner in this. A compound still in a position that is really good with the terrain as well. But you could tell there's going to be 3 teams that is looking and eyeing for that area to wrestle it away from them.
Yeah, easier said than done, though. I'm just trying to figure out. I mean, these guys, they're kind of planted very deep into their own respective territories. The Van and the rest of KE got all these brilliant moments, all thanks to the effort coming in from the side of Mad Dog. 3 points now being put into good use. And I believe right now these 3 teams are just calling for a truce because they got to think about end game. They cannot waste more bullets. They cannot waste any troubles at all. Should they ever do so, it's only in desperate situations. As we can already see Kane holding on to the bolt action rifle yet again with an M24. Campus now just making sure nobody infiltrates from the corners of the wall, just making sure that he has every angles covered up. And GZ on the bottom of the silo, not looking good, with the refinery being one of the toughest areas to play out. But it's just absolutely congested. Still 8 more teams by stage 6. So it requires a hardship for everybody to start taking matters to their own hands. The barrel was available. There we go. Quick tax. Devon doesn't have enough damage. Hasn't yet found him.
Surprised NGZ was able to withstand that. Look at that space. I wish that production could really just show us the map one more time. It would be really good to give a visual indication of how much space is left for many of these players right now, especially toward this western side. But now, if anything, this terrain where Master Ichi is holding could be huge. If people were to drop down, he just easily spray. I'm not sure if teams are going to be super aware to be checking these angles and areas. Master Ichi, knowing this, wants to be opportunistic. BKE have no clue how many players are right underneath their feet. France maybe does though, as NGGZ does finally get into the area there. There we go. It's Liliat Ka to open up against Frenzy there as well. I would love to go back and see what's going on here. Liliat Ka from the bottom side there puts in that damage. Hasn't been spotted yet. Unknown. Okay, pops his head, spots one member, decides to move away one more time.
Tio just being sandwiched in between. They really are running out of those options, trying to dodge to the level best. The rest of Black Eagles, they've already descended, and I believe with this two-prong engagement, they might be able to at least suppress them by the blue zone. Liliat Cup, damage done, looking for the double. And oh boy, a very close call for both parties as they try to pull themselves back. BKE waiting for the right moment to also strike as he spots 1 sec to be able to give him a little bit more support later on. But take a look at the mini map though. This is nowhere in the zone. Every team will need to force an exit, and I don't think NGGZ is going to be able to move all too much other than full sending in with a vehicle. TO now getting some all these stocks, maybe 1 sec. Have been able to find a little bit more of a crease for him to just hug on tight. If not, that's going to be a Mirado at the ready. Going backwards on TO. Those nades chunked out the side of Kane. But it is going to be the second one that will really put him down.
Yep, Kane knocked down already, but Frenzy looking to answer back, throws that nade. Does take one player, at least a little bit more toward their HP. But you have 1 sec coming closer as well. Spyro with a nice off angle to keep everyone in the player's heads low. But 1 sec probably a little bit too over aggressive and overheat even. Just take the full force of firepower coming in from this team. Seven Sky knocked out already. I wish we could have seen what happened there. But for now, for TO, it's going to be a mad dash on this vehicle to run into the area for a reposition. And BKE wastes no time to spray. Good for one, but not for more. Cutting their losses. Lands out there in the open. TO, you're just offering yourselves on a silver platter to the team.
Oh, it's just risky maneuvers everywhere we go. Meanwhile, back to the side of pipe as they are battling around the side of the garage, and there we go. Smack Doc swings out, takes out NGGZ. Everyone's dropping like flies because it is going to be the compound that needs to be secured for them to just hug by the corner of the zone. KE next one to fall. We still have MSI, and they look so good as we've projected in every time they step foot into Miramar.
Looking really good, aggressive as heck as well. I wonder how many eliminations they have thus far. They feel like the Grim Reaper moving around the map and getting eliminations left, right, and center. SNK, the team that was very comfortable throughout the entirety or most of this map, are starting to get torn apart. They had full control of the eastern side circle. They just let all that noise happen on the western side. And now, since MSI has been able to break out of their own corner, they're just coming here over to SNK and said, your good days are coming to an end, leaving them with only Delta alive. He hasn't been spotted out. He's keeping there very, very quiet, and he's still going to try and remain opportunistic and even still try to go in for that pickup. South K eats a bit more of the damage, but it still gives away the game and his position. Coming in from two different angles, South K dodges the bullets, takes one pick, but the trade coming in from MSI has just been so good. So they remain as a 4, and they are the only team healthy enough with the full squad, with all the teams alive as well. BKE, HYB barely around, but this is HYB's deepest run this entire week.
Yeah, HYB, they're starting to make their bounce back happen. But with only 2 members, it is very, very difficult. Genji, only 2 more first aid kids after healing up. Hype now makes their presence felt, but is this the right timing? We have the rest of MSI wanting to secure space as the rest of these members are just holding out for the side of Hype. Spyro knows that it is going to be hard for them to connect if they were to basically toss from the tree. So he should not be all too concerned about all the kind of stuff that can happen from the other sector. MSI, I'm surprised that after all these big swings in the early mid-game, they kind of put this to a halt for a moment, as I do see that that's a straight shot, thankfully not hitting over onto FV. So it's all about the prep. It's all about the final moment. It's going to shrink directly to the center, and before that even happens, it's a quick double from Isay.
Spray and a lot of damage done. Another pickoff in the bag for MSI. The amount of eliminations must be incredible right now. Might we be able to see a new record made? Here we go. One more shot, and easy as that, MSI clicked their fingers, and voila, another one to add to their chicken dinner table. Crazy work for them as well, as they were very, very dominant. Not only dominant, but also a team that was very proactive with how they want to move around the map, and how they want to take this fight. They didn't allow themselves to be boxed into the western side of the map, with the majority of the teams waited in the wings, waited to third party, and decided that they're bored. Let's go around to the eastern side where we can swarm over the players of SNK.
Yeah, well, overall, this is just a massive result for the side of MSI, showing that this is their home ground turf when it comes down to Miramar. You saw close quarter finishes. You saw how quickly even a team like YG gets dissected in those battles. And of course, mostly it has to do with the pop-off performance coming from the side of Issei. Master Lion not too shabby as well, matching almost half the numbers with 5 limbs as well as 6 knockouts. So with one more map remaining of teams to just play things out, with MSI also within the same grouping, this is gonna be so hard for those who's vying for those points.
Honestly, this is wild. Issei was just moving around the area. There was a lot of individual plays as well, which you guys can see in the highlights.
And MSI, they have conquered yet again another matchup inside of Miramar, and this has been the biggest number, as we've confirmed it. 30 points won from MSI, and just by sheer damage alone, can you imagine if some of these guys don't have the armory, they might have actually wiped out the entirety of groups that comes into play for today's Miramar match. But first, we have HYB also making a stellar run, moving into the top 2. The man of the match cannot be denied. It is Issei that brought more than half of the points all by himself with 9 ilims.
Yeah, insane work coming from them, and that's also does show that the record for this season did get broken. I believe it was 19 points by Hive on day 1, at least for this week. So in a way, I mean, again, records were meant to be broken, and what better way for MSI to showcase that they're the kings of Miramar and also the kings of eliminations as well. 30 points, a whopping 30, that's insane. Should really push them all the way up the rankings of that ladder. We have Hive there as well, HYB, excuse me, where they did manage to get 11 points. Eliminations all coming in toward the last few circles. They were just really hunkering down. They only put in, I think, 600 plus damage throughout the entirety of that. It was all about positioning and all about surviving, and I'm really happy that they figured out what exactly they liked. KE once again doing a deeper run all the way into the top 3, not a chicken dinner, but still consistency seen. And now we have a look at the overall rankings here. We're not seeing too much a shift here on the top 3, but holy moly, NGGZ gets knocked down to 6th, BKE takes the 5th slot, and MSI takes the 4th. This shift between 4, 5, 6, 7 has been so fun to watch.
Yeah, I see what you did there with the final 2 numbers. Overall, with the sure amount of chicken dinners being distributed, I dare say that this has been the most competitive season, because if you take a look, everyone that has a chicken dinner so far has been lingering around the top 10, but it is looking rather fragile though on how well can they actually hold out. No repeated winners to date. This is something that's pretty unique as we dive into the past couple of matches, but we will still have one more to play. So when we do get ourselves the chance to really see through, how would teams actually make certain adjustments? Because we saw how some of them had some struggles early game, which they need to fix. So we give them the time to do just that. First, now we're going to take a little bit of a short break. We'll be right back after a couple of minutes.
Well, going all the way today. Final map before we hit the weekend. As many of these teams look and scramble for those last few points to put themselves ahead of the curve. Now we go into Miramar, where just now MSI showed us a masterclass on how to navigate the map and how to farm those eliminations. But can they continue the streak?
I wonder if they could do so myself. I mean, overall, they've been looking rather fantastic as well. But of course, we've seen the hunger and stride coming in from majority of these teams. Now, one more hurdle before we hit into the Saturday run, and this is bound to be the most epic one just yet. We'll see in just short moments to come. Let's dive right into the action.
Last chance for today for these teams to just really full send it all the way till the end. Now, MSI, again, like I mentioned, was the team to get that chicken dinner earlier and was the team to also farm out those eliminations, putting a higher bar on this week's record. Now, as we go from Impala all the way up to Ruins here, it's still a flight path that is skewed up to our northern side. We didn't really see anything too crazy in terms of the flight path as well as the first circle. But what really baffled us for the entirety of today were the circle shifts that have been really, really hard for a majority of teams to really figure out where exactly to rotate and go to.
Well, we'll see if there's going to be any form of leeway that they can find some new spots that they could basically find some cracks. Maybe they might be able to find something interesting to do in order to get a safe space. But for now, it is definitely going to be a tough one. Whereas we're seeing a lot of these teams, they had those battles in Hacienda, and we also see some teams, they were forced to move deeper into the northern portions than to play over the south side. So I think like this is definitely interesting to say the very least when it comes down to this kind of trajectory. But so far, everything seems very smooth sailing. I'm just wondering if there is going to be round 2 of what happens in Hacienda.
Southern side rotation should be there. Hive looking to be the first one in the very, very middle of that circle. Wouldn't be surprised if they decide to just pick up Chumacera there. It's a nice town. It has terrain if you're able to hold on to it, which is really, really good. The trailer park area and Ruins, though. Look at those two teams just hanging around there. Wondering if an early fight should break out. I think it's SNK as well as Elevate there. And I wouldn't be surprised if Elevate decide to go a little bit more aggressive here. There we go. Holy Mango, Holy Say already in for that pickup. And you can already hear the roar of gunfire happening. Now, with Holy Mango, knowing that there's one building across that has a player, no clue if they had actually rotated into this area at all. And because of how these areas' layouts have been, it doesn't really give you that one-on-one angle to really, I should take advantage of these early situations, especially if you're able to get those big guns early.
That's true. You know, a fight in Ruins of all places is almost unheard of, and it's already looking like a maze for someone that barely plays around the area. This is usually for teams that kind of want a very, very slow, long rotation. But Elevate says, you know what? We can basically hunt out some of these teams, so therefore they're going for such a hot drop. And SNK, they're all being isolated. Meow Meow looking like he needs some dire help. And Meow Meow is actually doing some damage, but he's out of bullets. Oh, so unfortunate. He goes down. But there was just too many members with Elevate just basically beelining their way up the staircase. But is there going to be responses, though? Because I see the other two members coming from the side of SNK. They don't want any business with these guys here.
Oh yeah. Now, as the time goes by, SNK already losing a member. You don't want to lose more this super early. So Elevate is just going to be able to go toward the southern side of Ruins, while the rest are just going to be taking their time. They don't really want to all in. It's too early to really press the issue, but they should be able to meet when they rotate out regardless. And it's a long trek all the way from Trailer Park down into the southern side of the map as well. We also are looking at Young Galacticos here. I think they're at the south side of El Pozo. A lot of space to work with. They can stay around if they want to I think just wait for any rotators. They could run into both Elevate SNK and GGZ, also a possibility as well. Or they can go down toward Monte Nuevo and wrestle space away from ABC. Lots of possibility on how they want to work around this map. They've been very quiet for the past two maps as well, not really showing us the best of exits. They start off very, very slow. We see a little bit of, I would say, an idea on how they want to work around the map, but not winning their fights, not winning their duels, even losing to a team that we did not expect them to today as well, which means that definitely there's something going on for sure, whether it be the communications or maybe it's a tilter of a day. I wish we can know, but this is not the usual style.
Yeah, definitely they look a little bit uncomfortable, but while they do so, I think that they did a little bit of maintenance at the very least on the rounds that they do decently. It wasn't like a flashy run or anything of sorts that we've witnessed out of Yangon Galacticos, but hey, they are, uh, uh, of course, the top team of this tournament so far with 188 points, so it does allow space for other teams to play a little bit of catch up with the rest of the squad, but nobody gets to touch them other than Hive. So, if ending it all, they're going to be able to reap the rewards of the league rank points so long as they hold on to that #1 spot, which maybe in one game's run, in this run itself, they can also achieve the 200 marker by the end of the run if they have a big one. But if they don't, I guess there is still gonna be a buffer time of maybe one match from tomorrow onwards, and then it will be quite the race between them as well as Hive. And if that ever happens, it becomes even more exciting. What concerns me is that there's this gigantic gap between CSU, Hive, as well as YG. Like, if you compare YG and CSU, it's almost 60 over points. That's like one whole day's worth of action. And I feel like CSU today has been absolutely MIA.
Yeah.
I felt like that's concerning.
Yeah. I mean, we see them early fights, and it just feels like they're not able to take these fights with stride like we did yesterday. It feels like they're hesitating, they're taking too much time, they're not on the same page. They're allowing these 1v1s to happen as well, and you don't want that to happen. We saw so much from them yesterday. They looked so promising. It feels like their comms have somewhat kind of broke down perhaps, or maybe the comms were lost in translation because of how much panic and pressure they're facing. But again, tomorrow is a new day. Even they had like a pretty long break just now before this map as well. I'm really hoping that they were able to just really kind of like just sit down and just discuss on what exactly is going on, who's making the first calls, what is the second caller going to be looking like, who exactly is going to be playing, and how exactly their rules are going to be looking like. As for Seven Sky, I believe Rebello is putting in so much damage onto the BKE players, and BKE as well are a team that I would say had exceeded my expectations today. We know they were good. We highlighted them in the pre-show. We talked a lot about their firepower and their ability to hold out a compound and how they play as a team. But today, they showed us another facet to it, which is also the speed and aggression they can bring.
That's true, and overall, I really do like that sort of stance that they are taking when they actually give us some high-octane action. Very precise measurements of attacks when they come in from multiple angles, and even when they beeline, they ensure that they have layers to do that, so that has been absolutely clean and crisp. Whereas for the side of GC, I felt like this is a good adaptation because the last time they went into Hacienda de Patron, it was not exactly a good call to even fight the rest of the Goodfellas. And overall, Goodfellas, as much as they are sitting on 16, they are a team that really never back down from any kind of fights, right? Like, it doesn't matter if you are the top dog or the ones that's sitting around the lower rung of the ladder, they will fight anybody given any chances. And usually they will at least score a couple of points. You don't want to deal with those squads. And looks like some of these teams, they got lured into parking themselves over onto the south side of the hills, and now everybody's got to go back on reverse. And Picado and the warehouses on the outskirts seem to be the best possible locations. I'm just surprised there's just nobody inside the city.
I mean, they're just too worried about if someone might be around. Don't want to take that risk. As for NGGZ here, they're going to be answering back to Elevate. Both teams taking some damage with Red and Miner already getting knocked out for Elevate. Holy stays bleeding out. So Holy Mango trying his best to make a bit more space.
Whoa.
But bitten off more than he can chew. Holy Say is here to bring Mango back in the game, and you want him by your side to be able to put in that damage. One of the big impact makers for the team. Now Gerald's already gone for that reset. Gerald, one of the big names for the team as well. Very, very experienced player. Also a big hitter as well. And Elevate is completely crunched from two different sides here. NGGZ has done a great job of being able to layer and crunch them from two different angles. MM goes a little bit more closer by. Some chip damage taken. An off angle that's completely abused by Holy Mango. But somehow he survives. No, not anymore. NGGZ eliminated at 16th with only 1 point. Once again, another slow day for this team.
Oh, it's just a very heavy casualty from both ends. But overall, NGGZ has made it worthwhile. They did break into the 100-pointer club, so that will secure them at least a good margin to be around the top 6, top 7 threshold. It really depends now whether if KE does get the job done. They just need to win one good battle and maybe score some ranking points as well in order to get by. So that being said, it's still going to be a tough fight as we are seeing all the teams to be very familiar with the central area. There's many times that we've seen teams parking themselves up towards the hillside in such a scenario because just like we've talked about urban terrains, going in was easy. You can get a good hole and you could basically stop people from basically moving around this entire sector, but going out is definitely a problem. But since it's stage 2, it could basically last up to at least 2 to 3 stages that will cover grounds around Picado. So it is definitely a safe call for teams to now be located within the urban compounds. I like the fact that we only see 3 teams and they are taking different sectors. Hype over onto the arena. And over the motel site, it's going to be BKE on a separate location. So 2 members on the gas station, 2 on the apartments. If they really want to sort out some members coming out of Hype, they could slowly lurk into the arena as well. So we'll see if that's going to happen maybe in the next couple of minutes, because very likely or not, Hype, they just want to stock up, and this is the best place to be. And it does further confirm that circle just basically has a magnet field into Picado. But what's really playable here is that there is that hill unoccupied over on the far east. Because of the rotations being set earlier, nobody gets to really take claim of that space. So if they do know that that space is unoccupied, whoever goes there first, they can farm the guys in the city.
Oh, here we go. Seven Sky getting a bit more active. Some chip damage and even a knock onto Monboy. Hive looking very, very bad now. One player needs to be picked up. One player knocked down as well. Not in a position to trade off one another either. The smokes are there to just set things into motion. Not too sure where the positions of the Hive guys are, or whether or not they can even pick up their teammate. One of them did get a reset here, with Ranger looking to play a little bit more close. The sound of his footsteps was loud, so you can definitely hear the gunfire shooting and pelting back at him as well in retaliation, hoping that a stray bullet does manage to knock him down. But for now, Hunker's down. Too many teams, too many gun barrels to deal with. Seven Skies are on BKE even as well. You're out there in the open, you're basically dead. A death wish per se.
Oh, speaking of death and maybe even taxes of trades coming in between the way, ABC, gotta be very, very mindful driving around these corners. This entire stretch of the highway from the corners of Los Leones all the way down Monte Nivo has always been heavily populated. But in this case, because it's by the edge of the zone, it is still pretty much open terrains that they could still seek some good avenues for them to pick off teams that rotate late. And one such potential is up against Elevate up north, but instead he's going to be looking towards the direction of TEO. Back towards the arena. The rest of Hype just chilling. As a matter of fact, chilling way too long, a far cry from what they have been able to accomplish from the past week where they were pretty explosive and they did manage to get quite some amount of placement points, but it really felt like they weren't really proactive and really partaking in some of the battles. And right now that they're planted inside the city, there's no option but to battle whenever you see a moving target. Going over to the side of Goodfellas, though, side by side towards those members of Yangon Galacticos, despite the isolated play, look at the positioning out of YG. Very peculiar, but very smart as well. They plan out St. Cloud closer to the lower grounds, while the other tree is working on the high grounds, trying to farm whatever moves along the way. But they got to sort out GC. South side does seem like there is going to be good entry points as well. Everybody on board for this grand finale as they're set up for some sort of urban ending, perhaps, but it could still go either ways. It doesn't always end up inside the city. If it's gonna be slightly outskirts towards the warehouse side, then oh boy, we're gonna see that big scramble. But before we even see that big scramble, though, it really feels like some of the players are on edge, looking for some slight challenges. And for SNK, they are kind of forced to fight these members of VKS by hook or by crook.
I'm surprised that the rotations are not happening faster. A lot of teams are just really taking their time, if you can see the feed right now. As for VKS here, this should be a bit of a fight, as we do see the last few members of SNK kind of try and cross through. I don't think they want anything to do with this fight either. It's all about surviving a little bit longer, especially since this team had lost half of these members. For ABC, Rare knocked down here. Tio looking very active this particular game as well. Godspeed does find them in the end as well. Even Master Ichi getting knocked down here. They are just completely choked from two different angles. And M. Chop, what the heck is that? A dramatic entrance to the area, a jump out of a car, and a spray. Anyways, hello TikTok, put me on the highlights because that was sick.
I thought he was about to just trample him with that vehicle and just splat him over. That will be some style points added to the table, but I like how clean that was as well. Well, all of that is happening around them. Other than that one pickoff, it does seem like the rest of GC is going to be planted on the other area. They are cutting their losses for sure. VKS attracting a little bit too much of an attention, though. Shots coming from VKS eventually were met with some attention from the side of TEO. Whereas SNK, they just want to remain silent. They've already lost two members early on. And even MSI, they're not really wanting attention towards themselves. They are just by the edge of it. They're just hoping to let every other team bypass them, and then they will get a free pass of their own. But for now, I'm just surprised none of these members of Yangon Galacticos are actually trading with the likes of Goodfellas. They do know that it's occupied. It's just that they were thinking maybe we could leave this one for later.
Also very hard terrain to navigate. To see how they're in like I think a 2-2 formation, separated from one another, not in their best form to really kind of force this fight. An off angle as well, the high ground fully in that team's control, and I think Young Galactico is very aware of this predicament. Now I'm keeping my eyes out on MSI after that bombastic round they had. But this early game is fairly quiet, and understandably so. They're the type of team that gets a little bit more active toward that, I think, 4th to 7th circle a little bit later on down that line. They're on stage 5 right now. And if we look into the zone, it's still quite centralized. So not the hardest in terms of rotations. Terrain's not the hardest to navigate either, except for our northern side there. Which I believe, I think it's is the Goodfellas and Young Galacticos that are side by side. The terrain where we talked about that they're not able to wrestle away. But with this circle shift and with the areas that Young Galacticos are holding, this could be a good thing. If the Goodfellas do try to rotate out, and they have to cross down, this later rotation should give them the terrain to just kind of go for a backstab.
Certainly so. I do agree that there's definitely plenty of avenues awaiting them towards the mid to late game. And it's already stage 5. You can see everyone's being so cautious there. The last I look at the mini map as well, KE in a is dominating that warehouse that is over onto the west side. If they were fed with the zone, that's where it gets even more interesting. We see that big scramble in the city, and YG, they are now plotting an attack up against the rest of Goodfellas. We'll give them some time before that happens as we focus on the rest of VKS. Marks onto that member isolated inside the shack. So Elevate, they gotta find the angles, and it seems like it's gonna be Shifunati that sees the pop coming in from the side of GC. Waited for no time as they drop more grenades, but that swift swing will chime true, coming in for the side of Tova, as he will be able to bring one down. VKS calls for a quick reset. He will do exactly the same, but Crazy Ing managing to dodge that volley in time. Great call with the jump. Now there's a little bit of distance in the gap as they are being zoned away from taking a little bit of push. VKS, after that reset, now looking to now close in as they go for that double wraparound with the Rose. It is going to be Amura that goes in, chipping out those health bars, and that was a tap that seals the deal. Great work from VKS.
VKS looked really good today. The way they moved around the terrain and just sort of calmed through each other. But they're not out of the woods quite yet. Elevate is just peppering them with shots. And so are, I believe, that is MSI to their right as well. Tio staying very quiet, knowing that they don't have numbers advantage here. They want a deeper run. They're gonna have to survive. They've gone for a very, very separated hold on the side of the terrains here. A 1-1 formation, if you may, but not in a position to be playing off one another. As MH up, forced to go for a heal one more time. VKS are not shy to show their position and will be met with firepower. MSI, they're on a hunt one more time. Despite losing half the team already, the aggression is still there. They're not afraid to show their hand and pressure the teams trying to cross them.
Wow.
Crazy.
That was just so sharp. He only needed 3 bullets to land the blow, and now the rest of VK is just battered through, and they could not even afford to make advancement into the zone because left, right they go. They're always going to be shredded out, and TEO, they just waited for the right moment, and that backstab really has done a number. MSI did also get maybe a little bit of a cheeky peek over on their side. So this is just so tough. After winning out, it does seem like they don't really have much tools for the trade at the moment.
Now, with this almost exploded vehicle, makes me a little bit nervous. But very wise to just really play at the side of the terrain. Oh, unknown. Beautiful work to get that final pick off onto the member of VKS, stopping them from being able to push forward and potentially overtake them on their space in the ladder. CSU, the rush forward here, wants to go for a quick take here onto the VKE area. I'm not too sure if they're aware that their compound, that compound in particular, is currently habited. They check the bottom side, find nothing. Kane waiting on the top side, wins it in the end, but he's so very low. The bigger gun is here, and the shots come through all the way from outside the area. And Tings is grateful for the chance to be able to bag another point. Only 2 right now, but as they say, slow and steady wins the race.
Loving how they've been able to back each other up. That cover fire, just making sure that CSU will still have all their members intact while we start to see that urban attack underway from all sides. Bombardments happening over onto the apartments as well as the office. He found that tiny little crease for him to just hide out, safe from all the detonation. Meanwhile, Seven Sky, he's just gonna go in for some face check to maybe get a chance onto that member of MSI. But little does he know, there's just so many of their members parked around different locations, so if he does not check those other windows, he might just actually falter. Whereas the rest of BKE, they occupy the entirety of the apartment. What's concerning is that they only put 1 member right down below, so if CSU decides, you know what, let's move into the next unit and the next unit, they might just be next to bow out. But that's not happening just yet, so don't count the horses for the moment. KE, on fire right now. Well, it's only one of the players that would actually get that the finisher. And take a look at this. Maybe 1 sec. This is the golden opportunity up against CSU.
Still being very cautious though. They don't want to overstep. Yago Galacticos, nice terrain to work with. And KE keeping a close eye on them. A lot of pressure being felt by them as well. As for Godspeed, he's going to be the one that tries his best to steal away a pickoff or two, just to really put a little bit more pressure in terms of points. And he does. He gets Robello in the end. That brings him to 6. As for MSI, already on to a 4, and decides to just really take a chill pill, decides to slow things down instead of going full steam ahead, understanding the rotations or the area toward this eastern side here. All of the buildings are inhabited. It's a very, very busy zone. Where KE is, though, is the best part. Feels kind of similar to what happened to SNK earlier with their own empty side toward the western side. This time is going to be the west. And now, my question is whether or not teams like Young Galacticos are going to take this fight up against Goodfellas. Maybe they can take a fight and then slowly make their way downwards down the terrain. But a wide open area means it's hard to push, and Rift gets a first pickoff onto a member of Young Galacticos.
Yeah, that's a big nade that did connect. Meanwhile, the members of Hive International, they chose the right spot by the corners of those slum apartments, as they are going to be the ones holding back the rest of the citizens of Picado. So all these teams, they will have to move towards the direction of the Hives. Meanwhile, PKE being struck down by CSU, they decided to move into the arena so that they could get a little bit more of that space for them to run around the map. Great maneuver, because that will completely dodge them from facing off against the rest of Hive. And now, just parking a grenade on the opposite side. Oh, that looks like it was about to drop on him. Thankfully, it did not connect towards the side of Pang, as they are looking to clear every sector. 5 points already for the side of CSU. Finally having their pop-up moment, and now hunting up the member, but there is that setup perfectly laid out to pin him down.
Issei is still low though, still alive. The Sons of Gunfire scared him. Strafes forward, and that was the biggest nope I've ever seen. U-turn back inside and shuts the door. Wants nothing to do with this. Some pre-fires all around here from 2 different angles, making sure to stay away from these corners. And he's going to try and take a bit more space. Gonna just move all the way to the top side here, but that space gives Seven Sky a bit more space to go for a reset. So, toward the bottom side, oh my gosh, Issei nearly gets clipped there. Has some space to play from the top side here. Gonna jump out, and he does. Unfortunately, he's only good for 1 insane trade. Not even a trade. It's Sting spraying all the way from the top side of apartments. And meanwhile, we see chaos happening. Koshwan gets 1. The play zone kills another. Pang finding by as well. It's cacophony all around this urban area, and no one's getting out of it alive.
Absolute pandemonium, Tash. We are seeing everybody go on a brawl, and there is another force maneuver here up against Riff. He's pretty much stuck. That vehicle's not running at all, and there is still KE on the outskirts. Oh boy, Riff. He's just using this to buy time. Thankfully enough, there's no aggressors for the moment. They took a pause because there is going to be the rest of the citizens marching outwards, which is why Hive, they're willing to give this space over to the side of Goodfellas. And they, mind you, they also wiped out some of the members of YG. Great running for them. While KE, they have enjoyed being in the center of the zone for most part, so they didn't really have to move all too much. 5 teams remain. Now that space is being squished out, that grenade falls perfectly, and you lands the final blow. GFS made it into the top 5 at the very least. Well, this one's the big fight that we're waiting for. The aggressor, CSU, now being suppressed. Hive just needed that nade, and perhaps this is go time for Hive to show up right in front of their doorstep.
This is great. Even HYB is still looking consistent. KE as well on this map. Could this be the map that's very, very comfortable for both these two teams? Hive, once again, back on top. It's been a while since we've seen you here on the top 4, and it's always very, very fun. Monboy waiting, hasn't been spotted out quite yet, but the spray is good. Nah, you missed that first shot, and it's down for you. But KE, what a goat to be able to capitalize that big wide space and steal away eliminations here. But CSU also on the active, one of the highest eliminations in the lobby. Campus knocked down. Astro is going to have to go in for that reset, but HYB decides to get a bit more active. No, hesitates, decides to play with throwables instead, but the amount of space and time makes me a little bit more nervous. They're not going to be able to actually get KE taken out of the game quite yet. Davan with the sprays, and there we go. That's the sprays and answer back that's making me very, very nervous.
Yeah, Devon, he's got that really good dip for him to just hide out and take those quick pot shots over. And finally, Tang comes to claim those numbers, stealing it away from the side of KE. They waited for these two teams to battle, and now with them bruised up, only 2 members remain for the side of KE. They might just get overwhelmed unless a miracle happens. Devon will be the man to try to pull this one off, but can he do it is the big question here. It is going to be a daunting task. Now Tank's pushing outwards. He is going to look and hunt out, but with the fog of smoke, they are covering their own vision, and KE uses this chance for those big grenades to drop right in. Will it find the mark? Doesn't seem to be the case.
But they are very low though. It's enough just really buy a bit of time and pressure. Ting moves away. No! That nade is just perfect! And KE once again, back to back. No, double for today. 1 on Erangel and 1 on Miramar, showing us how much flexibility this team has. And most importantly, this team is so back, baby.
They absolutely are. And my mind, at first we might see like this team was just left with not much to give, but we were so wrong. As much as they were stuck on the bottom for a long time, they never gave up. They found chicken dinner and they just kept going. And they will now celebrate with their second one of the week. What else is there to say about these incredible talents coming out of KE? We will never ever doubt them again.
Honestly, great work coming from them. They had the space. We talked a little bit about how much space they had on the western area of the map. They had a bit of terrain, they had cover, and they knew that they didn't really have to do much. They focused more on long-range fights instead of going all in up until the very, very end. And because of how preoccupied the right side of the map was, it gave them so much space to third party, gave them so much space to steal away eliminations. If I'm not mistaken, at least I think Campus and Mad Dog did get 1 pick-off each just from seeing fights on that right side, because that area in the middle center circle was just completely flat. Regardless, let's follow the highlights to see what exactly KE did that was right.
I'm glad we got a glimpse out of the highlights on how well they actually played this one out. The support coming from Devon, the limelight, of course, were on some of the front runners of the team. But despite all of that glory coming from the side of KE, the biggest victor out of the big skirmish that we've seen inside the city of Picado was actually CSU with a whopping 14-pointer, and they came pretty close. They were basically fending off against KE to try to score themselves a chicken dinner. They fell a little short because of the couple of grenades being lobbed towards their end, and they were just blindsided with the smoke. Overall, great plays all around. Even improvements coming in from Hive and Hive. As much as it was 4 points, they did survive till the very end into the top 4.
Yeah, Mad Dog did very well today as well. Really good stuff coming from him to be able to be the one to not only be the tip of the spear, but he was just so alert for so many players that were rotating out. You cross his peripheral vision, he sprays at you, and it's instantly a knock. There were so many out of like these little tiny little pixel moments that he was really able to abuse, and it was almost instantaneous, the damage and the knocks that he was able to do as well. Very, very sharp player, and honestly really good because they didn't really have to do much, especially since positioning wise they were already at the best position possible away from the other teams, and most importantly had their own space to work with. CSU will be, however, taking that first place spot because this is a different kind of play they decided to do here. It's not about that chicken dinner, it's about getting those eliminations. 14 total brings them up there to 20, overtaking KE that were only able to farm up 7. And granted, it's because of their positioning as well. They do not want anything to do with the eastern side of the map.
Yeah, other than the two teams that did not score points, everybody was just keeping their hands busy as we see the charts have been rocked right now. CSU, they finally get more of the action towards the tail end of the night to still maintain the order to block MSI from marching forward. Meanwhile, KE, 2 chicken dinners sees them solidifying themselves into the top 5 with 113 points. The top 3 has been unmoved. But what's interesting to note is that there's so many of the teams who are lingering around 70 point to 60 point mark. So that midfield is looking very, very competitive. That's what we love to see. And yet again, this is our MVP, Gerald from NGGZ.
Yeah, daily MVP. Gerald's looking really good. You know what? It really surprised me that Red managed to get that weekly MVP that previous week. Because Gerald, this week in particular, the step up is unreal. A lot of solo plays, a lot of multi-frags, and a lot of dragging his team all the way from the brink of death. If you guys always wondered how sometimes NGGZ has been able to get these, I would say, really deep runs, either as a 2, either as a solo, either in a position where he has to win a 1v1 to be able to reset the team, this is the guy you want to look out for. If I see him alive, I would be very, very scared even when he's alone. He has almost a 3 kill elimination per round at 2.8, which is just as scary, which is enough to really cripple almost an entire team.
Yeah, we're seeing the kind of scary stuff that he could do. I mean, he is potentially a one-man army and equipped with the rest of NGGZ. He looks absolutely unstoppable. This is never a game about, you know, solo versus the world, but of course, who works together the best. But when you need to rely on him, he always delivers. So, of course, great work coming in from this young gentleman. We'll definitely see a whole lot more of NGGZ for tomorrow. But I love how it ended. It was just action-packed from every corner of the map that it was just so chaotic, Cat, but hey, we got through it.
Honestly, when you look at today as well, I thought it would be a change in pace, but we're still seeing that passive style play really come online, especially toward the beginning of the day. Despite, I would say, the very, very skewed flight paths, I'm really hoping that tomorrow would bring a change, especially since it is going to be the start of the weekend itself. 2 more days before we hit into the grand finals next weekend. So you guys need to come here, make time, support your favorite teams, because we gotta find out together which teams will be making it into that top 16. And for now, I'm Tash Leslie Contra. We're gonna be ending the night here, same time, same place tomorrow for more PMCL Fall 2026. Good night, guys.